I'm going to record to the cloud, Kelly.
Yeah, if you can do that now, that would be great. Thank you. It's just setting up the live feed. Okay, so we are live. We are live on YouTube now. So yeah, if you could record, and then we're all set to go.
It's recording.
Okay, so if everyone's ready, the April 16th, 2020 meeting of the Yarmouth Conservation Commission is about to be convened. As a precautionary measure to reduce the spread of coronavirus, all town buildings are closed to the public. Therefore, this meeting will be held by remote participation. My name is Kelly Grant, and I will be moderating participation for this meeting. I will now turn it over to the chair of the meeting.
Thank you, Kelly. My name is Ed Hoops. I'm the chairman of the Yarmouth Conservation Commission. I will begin by taking a roll call for quorum. Ed Hoops, the chairman, is here. Tom Durkin.
Here.
Bill Johnston is not here. Ellie Lawrence.
Present.
Rick Bishop.
Present.
Paul Huggins.
Here.
And Patricia Mulhern.
Here.
With a quorum present, I will now call the meeting to order. I will now ask the moderator to explain how remote participation works. Kelly.
Thank you. So pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, GLC 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 23, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people who may gather in one place, this meeting of the Yarmouth Conservation Commission is being conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access and participate in the proceedings as provided for in the order. Persons who would like to view this meeting while in progress may do so by watching via this virtual meeting or the live feed on the Town of Yarmouth YouTube channel. You may also listen to the meeting by dialing in to the number provided on the notice of meeting. We will also post a recording of this meeting on the Town of Yarmouth website as soon as we are able. Please be patient as we work to overcome any technological challenges with the virtual meeting. To reduce confusion during the meeting, all participants of the virtual meeting are muted by the moderator. As participants are called upon to speak, they will be unmuted. Applicants can use the raise hand button or press *9 on their phone to identify themselves to the chair. The meeting host will then unmute applicants when they are called upon to speak. During the portion of the hearing designated for public comment, the chair or moderator will ask who in the audience has any public comments or questions. Members of the public attending this meeting virtually will be able to make comment using the raise hand button within the virtual meeting. If you are dialed into the phone number provided, you can press *9 on your phone to indicate that you would like to comment. Please wait for the chairman to recognize you before speaking. As an alternative to making comments via the online audio or phone, you may also submit comments to the moderator via the virtual meeting chat function. To do this, click on the chat icon and type your message. When prompted, the moderator will read comments and questions into the record. Members of the public who wish to provide comment are asked to identify themselves by first and last name and affiliation for the public record, and then provide their comment. If you wish to speak during the hearing, please consider the following guidelines. Do not use a speakerphone, do not use Bluetooth devices, mute all background noises. Clearly state your name each and every time prior to speaking. Prior to concluding opportunities for discussion, comment, or question, the chair will state, "At this time, I do not hear any request for additional comment. If you wish to speak, please indicate now, and I will ask this final time if there is anyone who wishes to speak on the matter at hand. All votes must be roll call votes. After a motion is made and there is a second, the chair will ask the moderator to take the roll call vote. The moderator will report the roll call vote. All motions, decisions, documents, and letters will be verbally read into the record. If it appears the meeting cannot or should not proceed, then the moderator will recommend that the chair request to continue the hearing to a later date and time, and/or until public meetings can resume normally. I will now hand the meeting back to the chair.
All right, thank you, Kelly. We will get right into the order of business then for the April 16th, 2020 Yarmouth Conservation Commission meeting. The first order on the agenda is a request for extension of order of conditions. for SE 83-2112, the Ocean Club, 329 South Shore Drive, South Yarmouth, Massachusetts. And this was continued from March 19th, 2020. All right, and who, do we have somebody here or?
Yes, I think there's somebody in the audience. Kathy.
Yes, am I unmuted? It's Dawn Monroe talking.
Yes, we
Hi.
hear you.
Hello, members and chairman. I guess you continued this, and we are seeking an extension. Kelly had sent us an email and talked to our permitter, Carla, about the outstanding orders of conditions. We sent an email with a proposal to the applicant to hire us to go through the process of closing out those orders of conditions. We obviously, because of what's going on, haven't heard back from them, but we've been reaching out to Linda McDonald. I'm sure we'll get hired to close those out because they do need this extended, and we are waiting for licensing to do the repair on the bulkhead. That's about all I have, though.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, can we go ahead and proceed then, or do you still want to hold off on that then?
No, I think just for a little bit of background for those who are not familiar with this project, it was permitted almost 3 years ago. But since it was permitted, it's come to light that that part of the work is on the abutting town property at Smugglers Beach. And so the applicant is working with the town to resolve that in terms of permissions to do the work there. So just so that this order doesn't lapse in the meantime, I would recommend with going ahead and issuing the extension for it. I would just include the condition that they receive the approval from the town prior to starting any work, so that we don't have any issues with work on the town property. And then the remaining open orders of condition, I think we could look at dealing with those separately. If I don't receive those requests for a certificate of compliance, say within 30 days, then I could look at issuing a violation notice to make sure those get addressed.
Okay. Did any of the commissioners have any questions about this? For some reason, I'm not getting. Let's see, I'm going through the list. I don't see anybody's hand raised, and there's nobody from the audience who has any concerns or comments. If not, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the extension? Tom?
I make a motion to issue an extension for SC 83-2112 at 329 South Shore Drive for 3 years.
Okay,
With the
thank you.
condition, excuse me, with the condition as stated by Kelly that the applicants seek approval from the town before proceeding with any work that impacts the abutting town property, and that within the next 30 days, the applicant file requests for certificate of compliance for the expired open orders of conditions for the property.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Is there a second?
Ellie
Second.
Lawrence here.
All right, seconded by Ellie. Kelly, if you would call the roll.
Sure. Hoops,
Aye.
Durkin,
Aye.
Huggins,
Aye.
Mulhern,
Aye.
Lawrence,
Aye.
and Bishop.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. Moving on to our next order of business, we begin with notices of intent. This notice is for SE 83-2226, Stephen Gatto, 28 Aunt Edith Road, South Yarmouth. Proposed modifications to existing pier in Bass River by adding a jet ski lift. Again, this was continued from March 19th, 2020. I think that was Mark, is that right?
This one was Down Cape.
Oh, sorry, Down Cape. Is there anybody?
Yeah, I see Dan Ojula in the audience. Kathy will be able to unmute him.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Dan Ojala from Down Cape Engineering. The owner, Steve Gatto, is in the audience as well, if you have questions of him. This is an existing pier that's been there for many years. Down Cape originally permitted this back in, I believe, the early 80s. And it was constructed and built. Some years later, now Mr. Gatto has bought the property. The pier and ramp and float were in somewhat of a disrepair, so we went through the commission process to rebuild that pier. Oh, a little bit of an echo there. They did a nice job. There was the piers were a little bit outboard of where they were supposed to be, so we tucked them in underneath the way the original design license was. And one of the things that Kelly noted, so what we're doing today is requesting a minor modification to the end of the pier. Mr. Gatto has a fairly long boat, and it seems to us that it's going to work a lot better to have a fixed end to this than the smallish ramp and float that he had. And so that's what we proposed, and it also works well. He has a pair of residential use jet skis that he likes to keep up out of the water because they foul the impellers very badly if they're left in the water. So we've proposed a little ski lift on the inboard side where you can putter around on the inside, pull easily onto the lift and hit the button and get raised up above the water so that there's no fouling of the props in the propulsion system. So the distance to the channel is very decent. The old plan, which was done, showed 110 feet to the edge of the navigable channel. If you look on Google Earth, it's more like 180 feet to where the channel is actively used because there's some moorings out there and so forth. So there's a good long way to the channel. Waterways looked at the change, and we had some discussions about access and so forth. They approved it. And again, it's almost identical footprint to what's there now, except it's actually getting a little bit better with respect to the distances. The abutting association pier license to our south, which is the Antietam Road Association. We were licensed to be about 70 or so feet from that. We're pulling it to 75 is the number that we're going to be. So that's a compliant distance. On the other side, to the Atchisons, we're going to keep a full 25.5 feet, which is the distance that's approved now, and that meets your regulations there. So there's really not too much to see here, except that we're replacing the ramp and float with fixed piles, a good, nice, sturdy pile system, which can hold his large boat and also support the jet ski lift on the inboard side. Kelly noted that we hadn't asked for a certificate of compliance on the pier rebuild. And so we did pass that in just the other day. That's identical to what was proposed, so there's not much controversy on that. The only thing we'd noted is there's a cantilever approved on the north side. When talking with Kelly and it was suggested to get a little bit more water, we ran the pier and float parallel to the channel, and that required a little bit of an angle off the end of the pier because the pier isn't perpendicular to the channel. And so he left if you can see from the photo, there's a little bit of a cantilever on one side of the inboard opposite the other cantilevered platform. And so we'd like to leave that. I think it's it's reasonable considering all things, and a very modest change. And we'll reflect that on the updated license plan with the Army Corps, the Chapter 91 license. So we feel it's a reasonable request. Again, we're going to be 3 foot further from what's currently licensed on the south side, so that's a better thing. The float is in the water all summer, so even when the boat isn't there, you can't have a kayak going back and forth. The pier is high enough above, so if somebody wanted to sneak under with a kayak, they could now do that if the boat isn't moored there. So it actually improves access perhaps a little bit. Most of the activity being, in the summer months when the float and ramp would be in place. We're using good sized 12-inch piles. This area gets a pretty decent fetch from the southwest or southeast direction coming up. If there's a blowout of the south, it really sends some, 3-foot rollers in here plus, and we need a nice sturdy end of the to hold the good sized boat that he has. So, and then you can see from the aerial photograph there, there's quite a bit of space around, and the main channel is even outside of that picture there. That huge structure there in there is not part of the pier, of course. That's Lemco's barge there. They were putting the piles in properly. Again, there was a little bit of a snafu where Steve had a longer float than was permitted, so we shortened it up, made it compliant, and so that's where it is today. And we'd like to request this minor modification. There was some talk about the jet skis, and how they can maneuver and so forth. The concern always is, when you get prop dredging or you have, propellers close to the bottom, you could stir up. It's very poor shellfish habitat, but B, these lifts are nice because you hit the button, they go down under the water, and you just idle onto them and hit the button and they raise up. So you don't have to jet and whoosh forward to get up onto a float, as is typical these days with those watercraft, which are quite powerful. But because it's just a little putt entry, we don't think that there will be any problem with that. It does keep the jet skis out of the public eye for the most part. They're tucked around the back. So I know aesthetics are, a little bit of what you look at, but I think it'll keep it a more compact and less likely to get stolen and taken for a joyride. So we think that's the good spot for them. We'd be glad to have a discussion about it if needed, but hopefully the commission could find their way to approving this, and we'll move on to a minor modification with the Army Corps and the Chapter 91 license. And you've got a lot of information in the file. I'd be glad to answer any questions about it if you would like. Thank you.
Dan, commissioners, any questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Rick.
Can I just, Rick, did you recuse yourself from this one because it's on Bass River?
No, I wasn't going to.
Okay.
Dan, I feel pretty good about the personal watercraft hoist, but I have a very serious fundamental concern with the removal of the floating dock system and replacing it with a permanent dock system. You're adding 8 pilings to an environment that had, I believe, 2 before. I think that's a very significant change, and I really have a hard time accepting your statement that it's a minor change. It's significant. It's a significant structure, and it's just I have some concerns.
Okay, thank you, Rick.
Yeah, I guess to reply to that, in terms of the footprint, it's almost identical, and we're using hardwood piles. They're not CCA, so immediately they'll become, it'll be like an artificial reef. You can get spat, you can get shellfish growing on them. It provides a shelter for fish and habitat. I think it's actually a net positive to have a nice, native or not CCA piling system in there. I think it'll be a net benefit.
So these are Greenheart, Dan?
They'll either be Caccarelli or Greenheart. Yeah, for sure.
And we've had a long discussion on this commission about the idea of using Greenheart in any of our construction. It's a problem. It's a species of wood that comes from the Amazon. It's just fundamentally something I personally have a problem with.
Yeah, Wayne Kirker's has got 35 to 40-year-old piles that he keeps reusing. They just do not wear out. It's an excellent use of the wood. And, to the extent that we could, put a donation to plant some more down there, would be happy to do it. They're a super product. They don't leach arsenic into the environment. And they last, just about forever. I hear you. No one wants to cut down the South American rainforest, but to the extent that we could, do some stuff on some reforestation and planting and get those growing again, it is a renewable resource. It's not like the trees don't grow.
Thank you, Ed, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other commissioners?
Ellie has her hand raised.
Ellie?
Yes, yes. Dan, you mentioned that most of the activity is during the summer, and that this wouldn't impair it that much. But I have to beg to differ with you, because a lot of people use the river in the wintertime too, and some of those are sailboats that won't be able to get underneath that particular structure that you're putting in there. It's a structure. It's a like a barricade for anybody who wants to navigate through there. I've always had an issue with having those structures that sort of limit the navigability of sailboats going in and out, especially with all the little sailboats and the little kids that are out there sailing. And it's much easier to bounce off a float than it is to bounce off a big dock. Again, you say most of the activity happens during the summer, but I do beg to differ, because there's a lot of activity on the shoulder seasons in the river.
Yeah, I understand that, and I know you did, I believe, vote against it at the waterways, but it carried, and that board that does look at the navigation versus the commission, which is more of the environmental impact. You did, it ended up being for it, and I think net when you look at the aerial, I mean, there's that huge association pier that's tremendous length right next door, 70. But you've got a full now 75-foot gap in between, whereas before it was a few feet less. And, if you're in that little area, you're just puttering around. And I don't think, one more tack and you're out of there if you know how to sail. I don't think it's a big impediment to navigation.
Again, the float just to the south of that is a float. They come out during the winter. That's not a permanent structure.
Sure. So, I mean, if we're talking about winter sailing, then, you'd have to tack between that 75-foot length, but it's a few more feet than it is. And it's a big river in this area. I hear you, but I think it's pretty de minimis at the end of the day. You've got the outhaul piles and it's only a 30-something foot length off the end of the pier. It's not a huge structure.
Stephen Gatto has his hand raised. I don't know if he has anything further to offer on that comment. Would you like me to unmute him?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate the point that was being made, but I think Dan covered it as well. You got to keep in mind there are two outpiles there. To think that a sailboat in any way, shape, or form would be able to navigate between those two pilings in their current positions, given also the depth of the water. And candidly, I've been here now for, the last 25 years on this river and know this location and have been living in this location now for the past 4 years. I don't think that represents a reasonable navigation issue at all.
All right, does any other comments from the commission? And I'm looking at the attendees. I don't see. Is there anybody from the?
Pat has her hand raised.
Oh, okay. Pat?
Yes, I'd just like to say that by replacing seasonal floats with permanent structures, setting a precedent for an awful lot of them on this river. That's the floats come out. It's just what I have to say.
Okay, I didn't catch all of what you said there, Pat, but
Well, I think it's setting a poor precedent to start taking the seasonal floats and making them all into permanent structures in the river.
okay. All right, thank you.
Can you hear us?
Tom, hold on, Rick. I'll go to Tom. I saw his hand first.
But just very quickly, I wondered if the waterways had any concerns about the permanence of the structure.
I didn't receive any comments from Waterways. I just was told that there was a unanimous vote, which doesn't actually seem to be the case if Ellie voted against it. So maybe I was misinformed, but I didn't receive any comments from them. I mean,
My concerns are very similar to Pat's. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. See, anybody else from the commission?
I don't know. You hear me?
Rick?
I think that was Paul.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul.
Yeah, I'm having trouble finding the raised hand button, but anyway, Rick's point about going to the permanent pilings as opposed to the floats seems to be a good one. But also in terms of the kind of material that's used, the green heart, which may be problematic. Is there another type of material that if they do have to be permanent, that would be more agreeable, to stay away from the green heart?
Dan Oderla has his hand raised.
Dan?
So I just wanted to reiterate, I was at that meeting and Ellie, I think Ellie may remember whether she voted for it or against it. She spoke basically against it, but then maybe at the end she came around and they all voted for it, but it was clearly an affirmative vote. And they are the ones charged with hazard and navigation of waterways. And so it was carefully discussed at that meeting, just like we did here, and they voted for it and approved it. Just wanted to have that in the record. That's the situation.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of another type of piling, obviously we could go to, pressure treated, great big pressure treated piles, but they don't last as long. And for a short period of time after they're installed, you see a little dead zone around them. I mean, I just don't feel that great about putting that much arsenic and, chlorides into the salt water. I'd rather do, a renewable resource of a hardwood pile, but that's just my 2 cents. But I think we should, Mr. Gatto, I'm sure we can look into doing some kind of a donation to make sure that we get some replanting down there to do our part.
Okay, thank you.
Happy to do that.
Okay, anybody else from the commission? And are there any attendees that have any comments?
No one has their hand raised.
All right, if not, then would somebody like to make a motion?
I can.
Is that Paul?
Yes, yes.
Okay, go ahead, Paul.
I make a motion to issue an order of conditions approving project SC 83 2226 at 28 on Edith's Road with the following standard conditions: 1 through 6, 19, 22 and 28, 22 through 28, 36, 37, and the following special conditions. These relate to the jet ski float. A single jet ski lift is approved for single family residential recreational use and is the only permanent vessel lift on the property. The lift shall be designed to allow the free flow of water and shall not interfere with navigation or use of the water body by others. The lift shall be open-sided with no covers, roofs, or sides. It shall be the smallest lift for the designated purpose, and the jet ski shall not enter less than 3 feet of water when entering or exiting the lift.
And just to clarify, it's Kelly here, that those were potential conditions for discussion. So many discussion on that.
All right, is there any further discussion on that? Seeing none amongst the commission.
Hello.
There are 2 attendees with their hands raised.
Stephen
All right,
Gatto.
Stephen first, Mr. Gatto.
Yes, I just had a clarifying question. When you say single lift, you mean a single lift, but I have 2 jet skis that would use the same lift. And also wanted to make sure that it would be okay to have the safety, there's a safety channel that runs along either side of these and in the middle so that you can safely exit and enter the jet ski while on the lift.
Yeah, I'm not fully following, but I'm not particularly familiar with the this type of lift. Does anybody?
I shared a picture of this with Kelly some time back. If you can imagine, it's a lift. It would be a single lift that would be driven off of the existing piles to the new pier. And if you can imagine two arms that would come out for each of the jet skis. And so what you do is you roll the jet skis up onto the lift, and then there would be two pervious lengths of material. They're typically like an AZAC that have a grid pattern that's open to sunlight. And they act as safety walkways, for lack of a better word. Typically, 3 foot to either side of the jet ski, and then one running between the two of them. The important distinction is, unlike most jet ski lifts where you might have 4 pilings, this operates off of the exact pilings that are part of the pier.
Okay.
Mr.
Dan
Chairman?
Ojala also has his hand up.
All right, Dan, go ahead.
I think Steve pretty much covered it. We just want to be clear that it's, it's absolutely a residential use, but we do have a pair of jet skis that rides up on the single lift. So it's, it's got the 2 trays with the little side walkways. There's no walls, there's no roof covering, so everything like that is fine. There may or may not be a little safety rail on the outside so you don't fall off. And we can use the through flow panel type grading to minimize light on those little side sections.
Okay.
I think he covered everything.
All right. Any further discussion amongst the commissioners?
Yes.
Rick.
Mr. Chairman, I think I know the answer to this, but I just wanted to get it out there. I consider these two questions very, very different and separate. It's almost to the point where I would feel comfortable with an application single for the watercraft and an application for the construction of a new dock structure. But I'm not sure we can do that at this late date or whatever. I just wanted to get that out there.
Okay, yeah, I don't think at this point we can separate it. I don't think it would be in anybody's best interest to separate it at this point, although I do take your point. Anybody else? Pat?
I just wanted to ask if these jet ski lifts, are they going to be permanent on the permanent float? They don't come off in the winter months, or do they?
Dan, can you address that?
Yes, they're weather resistant. So the jet skis would come off. So you'd have the open gaps, but I think would leave the tray there. But again, there's a fixed pier right next to it, and it's tucked in the inside corner there, like you can see. So it's not really going to be much of an obstruction to anything.
Okay. Pat, does that?
Thank you.
Okay, Ellie?
Yeah, on this tray, are they going to need to drive them up onto this tray, which sort of defeats the purpose of the lift itself to keep from bottoming out the jet skis?
Okay, Dan?
So what you do, you don't really so much drive them up onto it. You put the lift, you hit the button and the lift goes down beneath the waves, and you just pull on between a couple little plastic piles, hit the button, and it raises up. So you don't have to jet up onto it like a float. You just simply idle right into place, hit the button, and it raises up. So that's how they operate.
Okay. Any further discussion?
It's Kelly here. Can I just ask a question?
All right, Kelly?
If there wasn't the appetite for the permanent pier, maybe I just wanted to get an indication of whether a jet ski lift on the existing permanent pier of the existing structure would be something that the commission may look at supporting.
Yes.
I'm good with either one, but I think I'm hearing some concern from the other commissioners. I think Rick was saying yes, you would rather see that, you would rather see it on the stationary portion. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, Ellie, you have your hand up.
Yeah, would it be the cantilever platform, is that already on the dock itself? I don't believe it is. And would that be added on and the jet ski float be put, sorry, the jet ski lift be put on that? Is that part of the whole design, is the cantilever?
I think that's what you were suggesting. I don't think we should have both. I think we should have one or the other. Is that right, Kelly? Is that what you were thinking?
No, the cantilever was, I think part of the cantilever was approved. It's the kind of dashed line that you see on the plan there. That was partially approved as part of the dock reconstruction that's taken place. But there was an additional cantilever that has been added without it being on the approved plan. And that's there currently. And I think, if I'm understanding this correctly, and that they're looking at keeping that cantilevered section on the inside of that pier in place with this extension. So I was just I was wondering that if they didn't have the permanent, that extension of the permanent pier and just had the seasonal float, whether on the existing permanent pier the commission would support having the lift on that part, on that section. The only downside I can see is that maybe we wouldn't be able to achieve the same depth of water, because unless it's right out on the outside at the very end where we're in 3 feet of water, you would be between that 2 to 3 depth of water if it was on the inside there.
See, personally, I would rather give a little bit of extra space and have that extra water, extra depth than not, but that's just me. Anybody else in the commission?
Yeah, I think
Paul?
there's a motion on the table. I don't think it was seconded.
Well, yeah, that's what we're asking. We're still discussing the motion. So if there is, I need to get a sense from the commission. Do you need to change the motion, or do you want to go ahead and you need to tell me whether or not you want to vote on the motion that as it currently exists, or that you want to revisit the idea of reducing to what Kelly was suggesting. Kelly and Rick.
So they can go ahead with the motion that's on the table. I was just asking for an indication, like if that motion didn't pass, like what would be acceptable for the applicant moving forward. So sorry, I was probably a little out of order with that comment.
Okay. All right. So
both Steve and Dan have their hands raised.
All right. First, hold on, Steve and Dan. Any further discussion amongst the commission first? All right, Steve, or sorry, let me go to Dan first.
Sure. So I just wanted to, in as strong a terms as I can, Mr. Gatto really would like that fixed section. And the reason is safety. He's got a long boat, and that little float isn't long enough to anchor that size of a craft. And we don't want the thing blowing free and wrecking other boats or anything like that. We really need the length and the leverage that a 36-foot long fixed piling system can deliver to his rather lengthy boat. So it's super important to him to have this, and would really like you to think long and hard. I mean, if it meets the regulations, if Waterways is comfortable with it, if we'll replant some trees to compensate for that renewable resource, is there a really reason not to do it? And I would reiterate that it does provide the best possible pocket for that jet ski to get it out as far as possible, while still, hiding it from the waves and the passing traffic. So if you can find it in your hearts to approve this, we really would appreciate that fixed end, just like we've got proposed, if at all possible. Thank you.
Okay, Dan, it's a 36-foot total length, right? Am I reading that right?
The out to out on it, yeah, from pile to pile. And that's the kind of leverage he needs because he's got a long boat and
And how big is the boat?
it's longer
50.
than that.
It's 50?
50 feet.
Okay.
Oh, you're right.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't, I get what everybody's saying about this, but at the same time, I think it is meeting the regulation. It does, in that respect. You know, I mean, could you do it with a little slightly shorter dock there? Yeah, I guess you probably could, but I don't think, I mean, he's looking at 14 feet less. It's not like he's looking for 50 feet of dock for a 36-foot boat. It's a 36-foot boat on a 50-foot, sorry, 36 feet of dock and on a 50-foot boat. So I don't think it's unreasonable. But that's, again, that's my opinion. Anybody else? All right, Stephen, did that answer any of your question, or do you have any further comment on that beyond what we've already talked about?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make the point on the cantilever. There was a question asked. So that cantilever does exist, and Kelly may remember we were requested to move the float and gangway design into deeper water and keep the angle consistent with the angle of the association dock. And so that other cantilever was needed to affix the frame of the gangway and to the float. And that's why that inside piece was added in order to accommodate that. The rest of it was approved previously.
Okay. Let's see, do we have anything else from any other commissioners?
Yeah, one thing.
Who was that, Rick?
Rick, yes.
Okay.
I wonder if the applicant would consider using composite piling as opposed to the green heart.
Mr. Gatto?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So it's Rick. Rick, I'm not familiar with that. And my answer is as long as it's similar in nature, I'm absolutely willing to explore that. I don't know, Dan, if you could just explain to me what they would be. I'm not familiar with them. All I knew is that I was under the impression that Greenheart was required and that most institutions preferred them over the ones that have the leachate and the pressure treated and so forth. But could you tell me a little more about them before I decide one way or another?
Sure, they're essentially fiberglass pilings manufactured by a company in Rhode Island. I've had personal experience in dock construction in Rhode Island with them. You know, they're inert. They don't leach anything. And there have been a few projects with those used in Yarmouth, just as an alternative to the Green Heart, because I just think that's a very, very serious consideration. What
is the cost of those? Do you know, Rick?
I don't.
Okay.
Been out of the marina business for a while.
Are they as durable? I'm thinking about durability and to Dan's point, for any of you that know where I am on the river, I get a horrible fetch coming across, and with my 50-foot boat pushing up against, you know, a minimal float, it doesn't take much to really get incredible wave action, and my boat ends up riding up on top of the float. I'm afraid of damage. I'm afraid in storms of losing my boat. But if these composites, you know, have the same rigidity, and if they're, you know, within the same cost structure and I get the same durability, I would consider them. But I would ask if you would, you know, at a minimum, please approve this, and I will, you know, work with the commission to try to evaluate the use of the composites, and if they're equal, you know, in terms of structural integrity and cost and so forth, I'm certain that it would make sense, and I'd be happy to do that.
10 years ago, they were. if you want to research them, it's companies called Pearson's Pilings.
PIE or PE? Okay.
PEARSON.
Okay.
Right, okay, so we have several more comments now. Dan?
Just from what I've heard, the fiberglass are pretty good unless you hit a rock, and then they're not so good when you're driving them. And they're, I think, a good bit more expensive even than Greenheart. Greenheart's quite a bit more than Southern Yellow Pine pressure treated, but they're, I think, another big step up. But we could certainly consider it, especially if the pricing structure is down a little and that we don't hit any boulders in the area. We can maybe do some test piles.
Yeah, I think, again, to the extent that they're, structurally the same, as long as the cost is the same, I'd be happy to consider that.
All right, great, thank you. Mark, can you keep a short comment? Mark Burgess?
Yes. Mark Burgess, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. I have some experience in projects with the Pearson pilings. They are rigid, they don't rot. As Dan said, the one downfall is a Greenheart pile will drive right around, well, around or push a rock out of its way because they're so strong. The fiberglass, if it hits an obstruction, it can splinter and you might not necessarily know it. But having said that, I've had two different contractors, one tell me they were more expensive and one tell me they were less expensive. My opinion is they're slightly more expensive than Greenheart. They're easy to work with, they last forever. The ice doesn't grab onto them, but there is that one problem with if they hit an obstruction, they can shatter.
Okay, great, thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
There's one more in the attendees under Robert. If you would state your name, state your name for the record. Robert?
Could you try and unmute yourself, Robert? Or you could try using the chat function if you can't get your audio to work.
Kelly, can you unmute him?
I'm trying to unmute him and he's not. I think it might be at his end.
Yeah, I think he's muted at his end.
All right, Robert, this is your last chance. If you don't come up now or give a chat, you're going to miss out.
I'm not seeing anything coming up for a chat. Let me just double check.
There's nothing in the chat box right now.
Okay.
Okay, Robert, I'm sorry. All right, so if I have no further discussion, I'd like to go ahead and move on the motion. The motion has been moved. Is there a second?
I think Robert can speak now.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm not used to it. I apologize.
Okay, Robert, could you state your name?
No, I don't want anything not on this subject. I'm on another subject. I just hit it by accident.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. So again, did I see Ellie? Ellie, did your hand go up again?
Yes, it did. And I just want to make this to the commissioners themselves. If we are going to start allowing people to get bigger and bigger docks to put their boats on, we're going to start getting a whole bunch of these permanent ones because people are going to keep getting bigger boats. Is that the way we really want to go? We already have a bunch of them that are rather large before we really paid attention to this. But I think that it's a slippery slope to start down on.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should. This is something that we should definitely discuss in our upcoming regulations changes. I would suggest that we never consider vessel size or type of vessel when we're issuing dock permits, but there are several towns that do so, and I think we should probably start considering that as well as part of the the permitting process, but that's not something we can, I 100% hear what you're saying, Ellie, but it's not something we can necessarily do here and now because we have no regulation to change that.
The only regulation, it's Kelly here, that would apply to this situation is the regulation that states that piers shall not be constructed so as to interfere with any long-standing public recreational use of the waterway. A structure that would interfere with public access to or from a way to water, nor impact town beaches or swimming areas. So areas used for sailboats tacking through a narrow waterway, an area used by boaters or others because of unique wind or current conditions. So that is one of the requirements in the regulations that would be most applicable in that situation.
Okay. Any further discussion amongst the commission?
Like, could you just refresh my memory? Do we have an overall limitation on the length of a permanent dock in the regulation? I can't recall.
Only the length from mean high water.
Okay. And
Did you say, Kelly?
We have a regulation that limits the distance from the mean high water line, but not an overall length. So it's a distance out into the water from the mean high water line.
and what is the?
That is the 80 feet.
80 feet.
Okay.
Dan Ojala has raised his hand.
All right, Dan?
So just in the vein of the discussion, I think we have to remember on this particular project, what you're approving basically fits within the footprint, identical footprint of what's on the ground today and, what's been approved and licensed already. And, the mean high water sticks out a little bit. So where we're projecting is actually closer to mean high water than what's existing licensed. I would say if we're going way out further or much longer, it would be a different matter, but it's so close to what's there now. I think the commission can feel pretty comfortable, and the Waterways has spoken, which looks at the hazards of navigation, found that it's fully acceptable, and hopefully we can move forward, with this just modest change, in my opinion.
All right, thank you, Dan. Any further discussion? If not, I would really like to make some movement on this motion.
A second.
Is there a second?
Yes. Second.
That was
Tom Durkin.
Tom. Okay, Tom. It's been moved and seconded.
I call the vote. Call the roll.
Yes, please, Kelly.
Okay. Hoops.
Aye.
Durkin.
Aye.
Huggins.
Aye.
Mulhern.
Nay.
Lawrence.
Nay, and for the record, I just want to state that on the Waterways, I did vote this down.
And Bishop.
Nay.
So we have a 3, a 4, and 3 against. So the motion does not carry.
Okay. Would the applicant like to continue and consider other alternatives, changes based on our discussion, or there anything from Dan or Steve?
Dan has his hand raised. He's
Dan?
unmuted.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Gatto was, extremely hopeful that the commission could find their way to approving a small fixed T. Waterways did approve it. Ellie was the only one that voted against it. So she didn't vote it down. She voted against it, and she was overridden on that one. I think really, guys, I'd ask you to reconsider and think. We've got a homeowner here who pays a tremendous amount of taxes to the town, enjoys a licensed pier that's been there for 50 years, or well, since 86, 30 something years with no problems. wants to just replace a float system with it with almost an identical size fixed pier and get his jet skis up out of the water. I mean, you know, what's not to like about this project? You know, the concern about setting precedents, or, I mean, in my experience, these pilings create a wonderful artificial reef out there, and I think wood would probably do better than fiberglass to that extent. But you know, what on earth is the harm? If the alternative is to vote it down, you have to state your reasons for it, and you can't look at hazards of navigation because that's not in it. I don't think any scientific evidence that would prove that a nice wooden piling is bad for the environment. They're wonderful in terms of being artificial reefs and spat habitat. You know, we've got to protect this boat from getting loose and causing damage to other structures. Mr. Gatto lived way up the river. He moved down to this spot specifically so that his boat would have a better access to the ocean and not have to, you know, go up and down the river as much. And you know, it's extremely important that he has a safe place to moor his boat. I mean, I think it's a modest request at the end of the day. And if you had a rule against it, I could see voting it down, but you know, you can't be arbitrary or we'll get the town in trouble and you have lawsuits and everything else. I mean, I think it's a pretty reasonable request. If there's some modest change we could make, we could look at it, but boy, I think we're in pretty solid ground here, and I'd ask you to reconsider and look at the big picture here. That, you know, it's a pretty modest proposal all in all.
Okay, Dan. Again, we've moved, seconded, and voted, and the motion did not pass. I'm not hearing from any other commissioner that they want to reconsider or create a new motion, unless I'm not seeing any hands go up. So in light of, if you are insistent on keeping, as is your right, to keep the motion that you've made, the proposed project as you proposed it, I don't see the other thing other than we can have to decline it and go from there, unless if I'm missing anything. Kelly, is that correct?
Yeah, so the motion didn't carry, so I think we would need another motion to deny it that provided the reasons for denial. So at the moment, there has been no action taken because that motion did not carry. So you could make a motion to deny it and then provide the reasons for that. Maybe you want to look at separating the motion based on whether it meets the bylaw but meets the state regulations but doesn't meet the bylaw. That's one option, or deny it under both, or leave it open and allow them to go back and come up with a revised plan with the continuance to the next meeting.
Yeah.
Not sure exactly. I mean, am I missing something? What?
Okay.
Why are we declining? I'd like to get a better idea. I mean, from those who are declining it. What under what are we declining? That's what I'm not quite sure. It's like, why? Can somebody help me out with that one?
I would do it under the recreational use. It's a permanent structure, and it's just a barrier for people who are navigating. And he may say there's plenty of room there, but that's when you get out of the marsh and you can spread out a little, even with the the moorings there. A lot of people come close to those docks as it is. It's just a high, it's the way the river is. It's a high traffic area, and it's a hazard to the safety of the boaters. That's my take on it.
Kelly, would you put the plan view back up on my screen for a minute?
I have a question. Ed?
1 second, Paul.
Who was that, Paul?
Yeah, this is Paul. Based on what Ellie just said, if all those things were true, it would seem to me that the Waterways Committee would have denied this. I'm sure that it represents a change in things, but I'm not understanding. I think I have the same question as Ed. under what regulation or why is it that we're denying this? I didn't hear anything, or I don't understand anything that would prevent this from going forward. So again, the waterways seem to be okay with it. I know it might be a change in some of the area there, but I'm not understanding. Maybe somebody could help me understand what this presents that would cause us to deny it.
Okay, Ed, may I speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, Rick.
I have three things to. It is my opinion that I thought that the personal watercraft hoist application should have been separate. Number two, we have a pre-existing structure, or a permit for a structure that's, what was it, 114 feet long? I'm sorry, I don't have that number on the top of my head. That's why I asked Kelly to put the plan view back up. Anyway, we have an existing structure that's well over 100 feet long. Our regulations are limited to 80. They want to add another 36.5-foot permanent structure to that. That was my fundamental problem with this application, is that where's it going to end? Is this going to be, another 50 feet somewhere else? I just, the idea of adding a permanent structure to a existing structure that's already outside of the regulations, I have a fundamental problem with. And added, I appreciated the fact that they were going to consider not using green heart, using a composite material. I appreciated that. But that was my position.
Okay, so I'm looking at this point. I'm looking at the main concerns here are under bylaw, not under a state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further from the commissioners? If not, I'll go over to Dan.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And Mr. Gatto would like to speak as well. He's not been able to while you guys have been deliberating, as you know. But I would say a couple of things. One, this commission has to remember you can't look at navigation. That's not an interest of the act. That's the waterways, and the waterways approve this. Number two, with your regulation from length from mean high water, if you look carefully at this plan, mean high water is way back on where the pier is 114 feet plus was the grandfather to licensed length. At the 117, strike that. So that was the original permitted length, and that's all we're going. Where the T goes out, we're only 110 feet from the mean high water, because in the center of Mr. Gatto's lot, as you can see, there's a big bulge, and so you're not getting further out. You're actually getting closer to mean high water and more in compliance with your bylaw. Plus, there's a licensed pier and float right there in that exact same footprint. So I think the only thing you could look at is the environmental impact of some inert piles, whether they're fiberglass or lumber. And anyone that's ever seen a tree fall in a river, that's the most beautiful thing for wildlife you can have, is a reef type situation. The little fish hang in there, the spat grows on it, it's shelter. The things can get out of the current and hang out and wait for food to come by. They're wonderful things, and to demonize them and say that they're awful, I think is very misguided. And I'd like to see any evidence that they aren't a positive thing. And so you get back to sailboats tacking, and Ellie said herself, they get close to the dock. She didn't say they get inside, get hung up on the salt marsh, and try and tack out. I mean, I think that's those little bathtub boats that can go anywhere if you're going to be in there with a sailboat. This is no closer to the river than what's there right now. There's no harm to navigation, even if you could look at that. And, we're very happy to go with either the Green Heart, a very safe choice, or composite. And if you don't have a regulation against it, it meets all the rules. It's closer than the license to the shore. Boy, I think you're on thin ice here denying it. And I'd really appreciate you reconsider and move in the affirmative. But if Mr. Gatto could just speak to that a little bit, we would appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Gatto, is that you under the 1781 number? I don't see Mr. Gatto up on the.
I can unmute that phone number to see if that's the person, if you would like.
Okay, I don't see Mr. Gatto anywhere else in the attendees list.
I do not either.
Okay, so go ahead and bring him up. Bring that 781.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, could you state?
Oh, thank you.
Who is this?
This is Stephen. This is Stephen Gatto.
Okay, Stephen.
I was kicked off of the open session for some reason. I'm not sure what happened, but I appreciate this. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to hear the vote. I'm just now hearing some of the conversation. And you know, I would really request that the board consider the fact that, as you've stated, Mr. Chairman, we meet the regulations, and I tried in this application to take into consideration all of the things that I've learned about, you know, the regulations. It's not fair to now judge this proposal against an already permitted pier. The fact that my pier is 114 feet today is a function of what another board approved under those regulations. And I can tell you, I've no intent to look to lengthen this or move into the navigational channel. I've tried to show good faith. I actually shortened the current pier by 3 feet, making an additional 3 feet to the south towards the association dock. Today, I currently enjoy 70 feet by my permit that this board approved, and I pulled it back to the 75 feet in order to provide a little bit more path for others and so forth. I don't think it's fair to judge on navigation. That was the prudence of the Waterways Commission, and so to somehow suggest that this particular program is in any way impeding navigation, that board had the authority, reviewed it, and approved it. And I would just ask that the board please reconsider. I've tried to do everything the right way, and you know,
Okay.
I don't know what else to do here.
Okay, so all of these have, so we're churning up the same water now. Everybody's talking, has brought up the same point. Let me go back to the commission and ask them, has anybody been swayed one way or the other? I'm hearing nothing from the panel or from the commission.
Paul's raising his hand.
Paul?
Yeah, my vote would still be to approve. I don't see anything that would prevent that. The point about the green heart was more about where it comes from rather than what it does in the water, just for
Okay.
information.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Paul.
Anybody who voted in the negative been swayed to change their opinion?
I'm considering it. If I could have, you know, a further commitment for the composite pilings, there's a good chance I would change my vote.
Rick, if you agree that as long as the costs are the same, and I'm happy to share that with you, I'm willing to do the composites. I don't think it's fair to force me to do something that's significantly more expensive. So if they're the same price, I will commit to do composite.
Or within reason.
I think that's
or within reason. Yeah,
I think that's a reasonable. I think that's a reasonable compromise.
Yeah.
So Kelly, correct me if I'm wrong. Can we go ahead and just say do the same motion again and call it again?
We could call the vote again.
If I may, I just want to make a statement for the record that the Waterways Committee is not a regulatory board, it's an advisory board only.
That is correct. You are 100% correct, and that it is a total advisory perspective. And so what the Waterways Committee votes doesn't necessarily have to have any sway one way or the other. It's there to guide and provide further guidance for the commission. That's all. All right. Anything else? If not, I guess, can we just go ahead? We don't need to redo the motion then, Kelly. We can just recall the vote or do a new roll call.
Yeah, so I can just state that based on the existing motion, that we will retake the vote. So I'll call the vote. Hoops.
Aye.
Durkin. Huggins.
Aye.
Mulhern.
Nay.
Lawrence,
Nay.
Bishop.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion carries 4-2.
Okay, all right, now, so the motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you to commissioners for their reconsideration of all of this.
Thank you all.
All right, next order of business. Let's see, where are we here? Is another notice of intent continued. This is for SE 83-2227 Green Harbor Village LTD Partnership, 182 Baxter Avenue, West Yarmouth, proposing beach management, raking, and nourishment on Lewis Bay. This is continued from March 19th, 2020. Is this Jamie who's doing this one, or?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
All right, first, let me, I'll recognize Rick. I think you're going to recuse yourself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let the record reflect that Commissioner Bishop has recused himself.
Those fiberglass, if you do put them in, they are forever.
All right, so who is?
Bob Perry is the representative.
Oh, is that Robert?
Bob Perry.
Is he here?
He is.
Oh, there's Bob. Okay.
Hi there.
Okay, Bob, go ahead.
I will go ahead and thank you very much for putting all this together. I, for the record, am Bob Perry, and it's Cape Cod Engineering working with the Green Harbor Resort. I know that Jamie Vieira is probably at this meeting, so I just wanted you to know that. We put together a notice of intent for two components. One, which is basically something that had been ongoing for the last 20 years or more, I think, probably through the 80s and 90s, but more formalized in 2001 with an order of conditions for beach raking and beach management, which is an activity the resort had pretty well practiced over the last couple of decades. And this application with respect to beach raking is basically status quo, although we now have the benefit of guidelines from coastal zone management for this sort of activity, which is always of benefit. The second component is beach nourishment. And if you've been out there, you know this area is adjacent to a channel into Mill Creek. It's got some stone groins. Those can work for you and against you. But I know the beach has been nourished in the past. And the approach to that is less of an impact as we think of it for the reason that the resort does have the ability to go and nourish their beach at times when it may be more off season. However, whenever good quality sand is available, we look at the segment of Lewis Bay shoreline, wherever you have coastal erosion management structures such as groins, they're usually accompanied by some measure of beach nourishment. So Kelly and I had a little back and forth about a sieve test. I believe she received the one we sent out that was, I think, legible. And so that actually was an updated sample, basically was the same, but since it was an opportunity to get something extremely current. What I want to tell you a little bit about is the nature of the work and the access. I won't take too long with this, but this activity has been going on for a long time. The resort manages it with, I think, very little stockpile on site. The materials taken away and landfilled. There were requirements in the last order for that. I believe it was taken to S&J, but any composting facility would take this. It isn't out on Nantucket Sound, so I know there's plenty of seaweed here you can see, but it's not the abundant that it is on Nantucket Sound. It is a need that they have of this shoreline, which is a fairly small segment of the total shoreline. You may know better. I don't know of any other commercial establishments along here that will be doing this, so it's fairly minor. The raking occurs during the recreational months of the summer season. So all the rest of the year, that seaweed can do what seaweed does. And in fact, I think off season, seaweed may have a more valuable function because it doesn't just dry out in the hot sun and begin to smell. Ed, you're in the marine biology business, so you probably have some insight into that. The access to do this work had been through a gate, which is in a fence that connects the route to Baxter Avenue. That route comes down the lawn adjacent to the fence, and it crosses an area of scrub vegetation, which in recent months we've been discussing this area, and it's when you leave the grass area, you get into a zone where I think we could classify it as a dune. If you look at it closely, you'll see that it's quite a bit of silty soil. I think there have been various deposits over the years. And this route, which would be 8 feet wide, would be used perhaps once, perhaps
10
twice.
feet wide.
And what we wanted to recommend was, since the route for raking would be the same as for nourishment, it's very practical to add a volume of sand to that route in the expectation that it will overall and over the long term augment that small dune deposit that's there. Wind will blow it around. It'll grow grass. Obviously, the vegetation can be augmented, but there will be acknowledgement that there's a root there. We just don't believe it's going to be disadvantageous, especially if it combines to periodically nourish the general overall dune. So that nourishment, which is specified at 500 cubic yards, you can see how it affects the profile of the beach. It's very minor. But when you look at nourishment overall over a longer period of time, that will have meaningful benefits to that area. There, as I said, are the stone groins that do affect the littoral drift. We may trap sand there, but at the same time, those groins do inhibit to some extent material that would come toward us from the east. So just want to let you know, all of this has been done before at this site numerous times, and the Green Harbor staff, the Davenports, and obviously Jamie has a good understanding of how all this is done. And we're confident that it can be undertaken, a little more guidance from the committee through an order of conditions that would be up to date on 2020. So with that, I would like to take any of your questions. Thank you.
Should I chime in?
Sorry.
Christian? You want me to chime in? 10 feet? Oh, I'm
Who's
on.
that? Is that Jamie?
Yeah. Yeah. How are you?
Good.
I didn't know I
What were
was
you
on.
saying? Do you have something to add to the initial presentation?
Yeah. First off, the original order of conditions that issued was back in June of 2001. The special conditions for the commission that may not be aware of them, upon the standard, was no dredging in connection, which we don't propose to do. Sand shall be of compatible grain size, which we have no problem with and have done for years. No refueling of vehicles upon the beach area. Vehicles shall not remain upon the beach overnight. Again, no issues with those, and we fully complied with those. We are requesting a 10-foot wide access. The equipment is about 8 feet wide. We need a little bit of a area on either side of it for safety reasons. And we can't have 8 feet and 8 feet of machinery. So we're asking for about a foot buffer zone, so to speak, on either side of that piece. I just wanted to correct that part of it. And as Bob indicated, this was the access route that had been utilized from the inception of the order of conditions. It was a few years ago, and I don't know exactly when, that it was discontinued and we came across another person's land, but we're no longer doing that. We no longer intend to do that. So that's why we're now noting this on the plan. I will note it wasn't on the plan approved in 2001, but the plan back then didn't have as much information as we've got on it now.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Kelly, if you had a question, I talked to you earlier, you had a question about the dune was not staked, is that correct?
That is correct. I just wanted to clarify that because the dune wasn't staked in the field, and I'll just move to an image on the screen, that it was difficult to tell where the extent of the raking and nourishment would be. So I think that it would be worth just clarifying that. In the image, you can see the change in the sediment where you have kind of that storm rack line in the middle of the photo, and you've got coarser material to the right, and then you have finer material to the left with some sparse vegetation in there as well. And I was interested to know whether the dune has been delineated at the edge of this fine material or whether it has been delineated up at the base of the main vegetation up here. I think that's important in terms of defining both the nourishment and the raking area.
Yeah, because I would say that the toe of the dune is actually down where you see that little drift deposit, and that should be the limit of the dune there.
And that's my understanding.
The next one up, Kelly.
At this area through here.
That one. Yeah.
Yeah. This is where the finer material starts, but yeah, the vegetation, sparse vegetation, more starts at around this line. I just wasn't able to verify that because we didn't have any markers in the field when I went out to take a look. And yeah, based on the coastal manual in terms of delineating coastal dunes, they do call out where you see that finer windblown sediment accumulating around shells and grasses. So I wanted to clarify that with Bob, who did the delineation.
Am I on?
You are.
Oh, good. Thank you. Well, I will tell you that it's winter and we have a fairly ravaged shore there. If you recall, recently we had a terrific south wind. I don't know when your photos were taken, but they're pretty recent probably. I know that the applicant would be happy to delineate in the field for you to see, but my understanding of this was that there's I mean, you point out some features here which could be classified as hill, mound, ridge. It could be a two. Our plan, when it was surveyed, was several months. I can think about this. I think it goes to time. Actually, we were surveying this in summer, because we picked up this back in, I believe, April or May of 2019. What you're seeing on our plan for a visible beach dune boundary, we're giving you a visible beach dune boundary, which was pretty much the edge of vegetation. And I think we can provide anything that you like, but I wanted to make it clear that wherever you see vegetation today, even scrappy, rather weathered, wind-blown, wind-sanded beach grass, you're going to see more of it as soon as we get into the growing season, or a little longer into the growing season. I don't believe there's been a big change to that, but if you need to see it marked out, I don't think there's any way that I can talk you out of that. I would just have to mark it out for you.
And the reason that this kind of sparked my curiosity is because the dune boundary on the plan is pretty much marked along the 4-foot contour. And well, it's especially sort of in the western part of the dune there. And the elevations on the sort of flatter part of the beach are 3.2. And so there's a reasonable difference between those two. And I just thought maybe we had missed some of the toe of the dune with that delineation. And then, and what this ties into, just to follow my line of thinking, is that the recommendations for raking are that you do not rake within 10 feet of the toe of the dune. So I just want to be clear on the extent of the raking so that we're clear on that up front. So that's why I'm kind of like laboring the point a little bit in terms of where that toe of dune boundary is.
Yeah, the toe of dune has to be delineated, because otherwise you're going to see people running up when they go to rake they're going to be running right up to the edge of the vegetation. And the intent is to stay 10 feet off the toe of the dune, which if you're looking at that beach right now, would actually put you in what I would think would be the very high intertidal. So that's
I gotta get back to this meeting.
What's that?
My phone, somebody gave me a phone and a voicemail.
So I think that was one issue. And then Kelly, if you could you go back to the aerial photo one more time?
Where is it? Where's my app?
And so could you just show everybody where the access point, the proposed access point is? I don't agree with this at all. I think there's a real problem with.
Can you see my cursor on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's through here, through this area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just beside the fence, right?
Yeah, it's going right up through that. I think it's coming down off of this other impacted area of lawn, and then down through the dune here. And I would not support that at all. I think you need to find another route coming out through the property, that section in the middle toward the very top. There seems to be a spot right there between the playground equipment that's out on the beach and just to the left. What is that?
Yeah, so there's a ramp that's been put in this location, which is one option where there's not much vegetation left there, so it might be an opportunity to put something in access in there. Or I'm just seeing if I have, I don't have another. Or on the plan, if I just go back to the plan, somewhere around, I know there's some steps in here, or maybe this section here where there's already existing pathways. They could be adapted to allow for machinery to come through there. I'm not sure we need a machine that is that wide for a beach that is really not that extensive. Maybe a smaller machine would be able to do the same job.
I would agree. I think the other thing I hate to ask this question, but I have to ask it. What's with the ramp, and was that permitted? And does that stay year round, or?
The ramp is obviously new, but in terms of whether there was already an access point there and the ramp has been added, I think that access point is shown on the aerials going back a number of years, but I think that the ramp itself has been added more recently.
Okay, all right. So I think we should address that as well at some point, perhaps in another venue for that. But that's not that needs to be permitted. But I think and I have no problems with that access path coming through there. I just think they need to take care of that in terms of the access. They need to do it there, not there is no reason to blow a new 10-foot wide path through dune to access the beach for beach raking. And the other question then too I have is that section behind to the east of the playground equipment, that needs to be controlled. But there's clearly somebody is walking in there routinely and has trampled it. And if we allow it to continue that way, it's going to get worse and worse. And next thing you know, we're not going to have any dune there, and we'll be having a further discussion on what happened to the dune. So those are my comments. I will turn it over to the commission. Anybody from the commission have any further comments or questions? No questions or comments. Well, that makes it easy. Nothing? Pat, Paul?
Well, I agree. I agree with your take on this, Ed.
Okay, Ellie? Anybody else?
Paul, here.
Paul?
Yeah, I agree with you, Ed.
As I do myself, Ed.
Okay,
And I agree with you too, Paul. Excuse me, Ed.
Okay. Bob, do you want to address any of those? Bob,
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yep, go ahead, Bob.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I need to make a short list. If, from what I gathered, my volume on my phone went down, so I did follow your discussion, but I might have missed a little bit of it. You're seeking some sort of mark out on the water side of that dune, is that correct?
Right, so the toe of dune needs to be delineated.
Okay, I always understood that some discretion would be exerted when they do the work. And I'm not certain how that would be a permanent marker for the establishment, but there may be something I can speak with the applicant about. So secondly, I think I heard comments about the access being more direct. There was discussion of a ramp, which I don't know the age of. And I know that it's been a traditional pedestrian access, which if you've been there in July, it's busy. And I believe that the ramp is pedestrian and the route along the fence was intended to avoid conflicts. A lot of children, if you've been to Green Harbor, you see it's a playground. And the little tractor that does this work would probably be better off along the fence from a safety point of view. Just saying that for your consideration. We felt that the augmenting of that route with sand would have benefits to the dune overall. I know that you could say driving on a dune is not exactly the greatest thing, although this is a very low, flat dune. Although I don't believe there's any debate, it could classify as a dune. However, the volume of that dune could be improved, which would count as mitigation for that activity, which of course is only during the high season when people are at the beach. Lastly, in fact, I don't know if there is a lastly. There may, my volume went down so low, I'm not sure I heard anything else. Have I hit all of the points that you brought up?
I think the one question was still the area of penetration into the dune. It seems as though somebody that they may be accessing it from the playground area. It looks as though there is a like a 24-inch, maybe 24-inch pipe, plastic pipe that's been buried under the dune. And I think I'm assuming, is that something that kids crawl through? Is that meant for some sort of?
Oh, I see that. I don't know. Jamie, do you know anything about that? Looks like a tunnel. Looks like a toy. It looks like fun.
I think Jamie needs to unmute himself.
I'm working on that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm looking at that picture and I'm not exactly sure what that is. If it's either a temporary, it's cast in a shadow and I have no idea exactly what it is. I don't think it's part of the play set that we have there. So I can't tell you what it is. I don't know if it's a permanent thing or not. So I apologize for not being able to answer what is in the lower left-hand part of the screen.
Well, it's not the lower left. We're looking at the center, right smack dab in the center. It seems. Do you see the two ends of the pipe? It's a black plastic.
I don't have any idea what that is. It's been there, but I will tell you this: that pipe, I don't know what it was for, but it's been there decades. And same with where there was the ramp that was talked about earlier. To my understanding, there's always been some type of boarded ramp in that area. It was recently just changed in terms of boards over, so it could be a little less of a pitch, because some folks use that for handicap access to the beach, and the other one was just unsafe. So that's why the boards were placed out there. So there's always been that cut through. Similarly with the cut through path on the eastern part of the property, beaten path for lack of a better word. But I don't know the genesis of that pipe, other than I know it's been there for a long time. It's not a plaything.
Okay, well, then I would suggest that we find out what's going on with that. I mean, that seems to me like it seems like there's a path that goes directly back to it. And whatever it's been used for in the past, or what it was intended for, or whatever else, it seems as though it is contributing to an impact to the dune, in that it's creating a trail that is widening and causing erosion and loss of dune vegetation. So I think that needs to be addressed. I would rather see it's like, if, as far as I'm concerned, then I'm only speaking for myself. I think that you have a better opportunity for putting or accessing the beach with the beach rake from that area where the ramp is. I would even support allowing it to be a little widened and sand added, so it's a smoother transition from the upland to the beach area, so that they can do that. But in terms of, I'm not buying the safety issue, because traditionally all beaches are swept in the very early morning hours, 5 to 7 a.m. typically. And I don't think we have too many kids playing on the playground at that point. So I don't think there's a safety issue that has to be concerned with. That's overriding the use of the beach by the beach rake at that time. So those are my issues. And again, I strongly feel that we cannot allow them to access that. I don't care if there was an access there 10, 15, 20 years ago. The access is not there now. And it would be ridiculous for us to allow a new 10-foot wide access to be blown through a dune when there's other alternatives that makes it easier for easier access.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else from the commission?
I have a comment, if I may. It's Kelly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just if we're looking at just revising a few things in the application, I just had a couple of points to make. One is that I certainly appreciate that the dune is not something that stays in one place from year to year or even within the year. So I think that there is the need for that to be flexible in terms of agreeing in advance
Without a doubt.
the current extent of the dune and therefore marking out the nourishment and raking area on a case by case basis. But I still feel like we need to have some reference to that on the plan and pull that extent of raking in, so that there is at least a symbolic 10 foot off the toe of the existing dune shown, so that the intent is very clear. I think it would be worth including some sand fencing to protect existing dune from damage. I certainly also agree with the point that cleaning is generally done after hours, so there shouldn't be a risk to safety of people using the beach. I also would like to see a couple of additional baseline profiles done, and a trigger point included for nourishment, just so that we have some kind of limits around that, or some way of monitoring how well that's done, or how well the nourishment is performing in terms of staying in place and where it's going. So I would like to see a couple of extra profiles on the east and west side of the existing profile line, and also a plan for annual monitoring of the nourishment that's done. I'm not sure how frequently it's proposed to be done, or whether it will be done based on a trigger point, such as the existing baseline profile. So there were just some extra things to consider if we're going away for a revised plan.
Okay. Any comment? So you want to continue for?
Well, let's strive for 2 weeks or to your next meeting. And then if we have difficulty getting the submissions in timely, then we would ask to push off to the next one.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
yeah, we have an extra week in between our meetings. So the next meeting is May 7th, so that'll provide a little bit of extra time. And then I also just wanted to bring up that we also have on the agenda the COC for the existing nourishment. Less important for us to discuss it right now because we're not looking at a vote at this point, but I guess to save these folks having to stick around until the end of the meeting, I don't have any problems with issuing the COC for our old beach nourishment permit. It seems to have met the conditions that were imposed at the time. So I don't know if you had if you wanted to look at that now or wanted to leave it until the end of the meeting.
Okay, well, I mean, if you don't have any issues with it, I don't think, does anybody on the commission have any concerns with it?
Yeah.
With the COC?
The COC is for the beach nourishment permit that was previously opened for the property.
Okay, so it doesn't seem as though we have any comments or concerns with it, so I just as soon leave it, but I don't see that they need to hang around for that either, because it seems as though we're just going to go ahead and pass it with no problem. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Anybody say, it's very important that you say that you have an issue if you have an issue with any of it.
No.
All right, Paul, you're good?
Oh, good.
Tom?
Good.
Okay, who else is here? Pat?
Good.
Ellie?
Good.
Okay, all right, so we won't take it out of order at this point. We'll just but Jamie and Bob, just so you know, we will go ahead and issue that COC for the beach nourishment, but you do not have to hang around for it. It's just a procedural thing at this point. We'll call it then. And now if I can get a motion to continue this hearing to, let's see, this is for SCE 83-2227 Green Harbor Village LTD Partnership, 182 Baxter Avenue. Again, if we could have a motion to continue to May 7th, 2020.
So moved. This is
there a
Ellie.
second? Ellie, okay, is there a second?
Second. Yeah.
Okay, Paul seconded. Kelly, you want to call the vote?
Hoops,
Aye.
Durkin,
Aye.
Huggins,
Aye.
Mulhern,
Aye.
Lawrence.
Aye.
And Bishop was recused, so we have a 5-2-0 motion passes.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
We'll see you in a couple
Good night.
weeks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jamie. For our next order of business is SE 83-2221, Cheryl Locke, 36 Mayflower Terrace, South Yarmouth. Proposed reconstruction and relocation of existing dock on Diana's Pond is continued from February 20th, March 5th, and March 19th, 2020. Okay, do we have, who is this?
Mark Burgess is the
I'm sorry,
applicant.
Mark. Okay, is Mark here?
He is. He has his hand raised, so he is
All
now
right.
unmuted.
Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Mark Burgess, Shorefront Consulting, representing Ms. Locke. I'm just going to be brief in the summation here. A letter was submitted on March 12th that emulated a revised plan and some of the changes that were made to the plan to make it more readable. And there were some questions on the rain garden and the use of some of the site by the applicant. And she supplied that information to you with some hand sketches and let's see. Yeah, to show whether some more details about the rain garden, which I found very enlightening because I wasn't quite certain as to what this was, but that was about it. Now, I think I don't know if Dan Ojala is still in the background, but so Kelly and I spoke a little bit about this earlier, and I guess the one thing left about the dock portion is the clearance of the ramp. And if what Kelly and I looked at, we looked at photographs, and section AA, the elevation on the plan, the elevation detail it shows the limit of the marsh way up, way above the high tide line even. And I did that because there was a note on the drawing that shows a delineation that shows salt marsh in between mean high water and the BVW. And after talking with Dan, and if Dan's around, we can confirm that, but
Yes,
we're
I'm
pretty
here.
certain. What?
I'm here.
Okay, thanks, Dan. We're pretty certain that I misinterpreted the labeling and I put the salt marsh in between the BVW and mean high water when actually the salt marsh should be delineated. The landward edge of the salt marsh should probably be delineated right next to the bottom of the coastal bank, right where the dashed line for HTL meets the grade. Now, in that location, there is currently 4.4 feet of clearance to the ramp, to the underside structural member of the ramp. Currently, the ramp isn't proposed to be graded, but we would be happy to do so. Or we could raise the dock 6 inches and have 5 feet of clearance over the marsh. And we would certainly submit a revised plan that corrects the notation. And I'll raise the dock up 6 inches so we have 5 feet. Basically, right where you see the 5-foot public access is where you'd end up with the clearance in that location. With that, I guess I'll stop talking and address questions. Unless Dan, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I think Mark addressed that very accurately. And the problem was the exact location for the dock was between 2 delineations where we switched from a straight salt marsh to a BVW. And so the subtlety of moving that didn't get picked up. So we should just label that salt marsh lower and a thin strip of BVW a little bit higher. So that's absolutely accurate. And it was just the scale of the delineation didn't bear that out. And of course, at the one point where the dock was, that was where the transition between the flags were. So it's easily corrected.
Okay, commissioners. Rick? Rick, you got to unmute yourself.
Right, didn't do that.
There he is.
I'd like to restate my opinion that use of green heart should be absolutely discouraged, and we should encourage the applicant to use another material for the pilings. I'm just I have really strong opinions about what's happening in the rainforest, and we have to do our part.
Okay, Rick, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yes, there's the details on the drawing show that the elevation details, the framing details, do provide for that option. So if you want to, if it's a special condition or if we're changing the plan, if you just want me to take green heart out and make it fiberglass, I don't see any issue there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Mark. Rick, anything else?
No.
All right, commissioners, other commissioners? Raise your hand either physically or on the screen.
I'm good.
Okay, Kelly?
So I would just suggest if the height of the dock has been raised to 5 feet, then we also just have greater decking over that section that is above the marsh, just so that we have maximum light penetration there. Recommend that we include the rest of the DMF recommended conditions. And also I just recommend that we include the requirement for a monitoring report by the property owner in 12 months time, just to see the extent of the invasives vegetation removal, and just to see how the health of the vegetation is going there. Nothing extensive, just some photos and some narrative around just showing how that vegetation is looking. I did have, I'm just going to go back to the sketch. Oops, sorry, I'm going the wrong direction. The sketch plan that the property owner kindly provided us to give a little bit more information on the aims behind the rain garden and on the the eastern side, I certainly see the benefit of the rain garden there. I just still have some concerns about the location of the rain garden in the west, because this area here was where most of the flow is going to go, and is not going to be intercepted by this garden here, though I do see the intent of what the property owner is trying to achieve, and I think it just may require some kind of adaptation as they put that rain garden in. But it's pretty much all a positive in terms of adding in more native vegetation, getting rid of the invasives in there, so I don't have really any concerns about it.
Okay, so you would suggest moving the rain garden to the west?
I think they'll just have
to
they'll just have to kind of figure it out when they're putting it in. I think there's some flexibility to just kind of, yeah, look at where the water is going and just adapt it to suit the conditions.
So
but,
it actually functions as the rain garden.
Yeah, and that's their intent. So I think I give, I have every confidence that that's what they're going to end up achieving. Just,
okay, that sounds good.
Require some observation.
All right, any further discussion along the commission? I'm looking at the attendees. I don't see any comments from the public. If that's the case, then would somebody, unless there's any further discussion, would somebody like to make a motion?
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, is that Rick?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Rick.
I make a motion to issue an order of conditions approving project SC 83-2221 at 36 Mayflower Terrace with the following standard conditions: 1 through 8, 10 through 12, 17, 19, 22 through 28, 31, 36, 37, and the special conditions to replace the green heart with a composite piling material. And Kelly, did you want anything specific about the rain garden or allow that to be manipulated as needed?
No, I don't think we need anything specific, just to have a monitoring report in 12 months' time.
Okay. And special condition of a monitoring report after 12 months.
And then to take the DMF, to incorporate the DMF requirements as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you're all set?
I'm all set, yeah.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I've just displayed the conditions because they were read from the list, so I just wanted to display those on the screen so that people had a chance to, if they had any questions with regard to any of those numbers.
Read fast.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All those, sorry,
Ellie.
Kelly, you want to call the?
Yeah, second.
Okay, Ellie seconded. You want to call the roll?
I will do. Hoops,
Aye.
Durkin,
Aye.
Huggins,
Aye.
Mulhern,
Aye.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Bishop.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mark. Thank you,
you.
Dan. Next order of business is the notice of intent for SE 83-2220, Deborah and Richard Karras, 122 Mayflower Terrace, South Yarmouth, proposed pier, ramp, and float on Dinah's Pond. Again, this was continued from February 20th, March 5th, and March 19th, 2020. I believe Mark is also dealing with this one as well, correct? Mark Burgess, are you there?
Here, oh, there. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
go ahead. Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We were basically through this from the last meeting, but we submitted a revised plan that needed to be officially reviewed. So I'll just summarize the changes that were made from the original proposal. And what we did was we rotated the dock to be more or less in the center of the lot. It complies with all of the local bylaws with the 25-foot property line offset, 25-foot property line offset at mean high water for Chapter 91. The depth and the length and everything is all fine. We also, at the request of the abutters to the east, to the right as you look on the plan, we shortened the float by 4 feet to kind of eliminate any potential to give more room when the abutters to the east are going to apply for a joint dock, it gives them an extra 4 feet of wiggle room. So there's plenty of room now for the other dock to be permitted on the two joint lots. So we've been we work with the neighbors on that, and I think that's a great collaboration of efforts so that everybody can have what they want. There was one question that Ed had said, Mr. Hoops had said in the last meeting about the joint docks being on one property versus the other. And I just wanted to clarify that if we put a joint dock on this property line, between this property line and the neighbors, then they would not be able to put one in because it would be too close. Anywhere that they put on their property would be too close to the next dock to the east. So that's why I wasn't in favor of a joint dock on this property. I don't particularly, joint docks aren't necessarily the best option, but when they work, they work. But in this case, if we use one dock at this site in the middle, then the other people, abutters, can have their own separate joint dock and everybody wins. With that, I guess I gave a detailed letter with the changes that were made. So with that, I'll address questions.
All right, commissioners.
Well, I just was remiss on the last one, and I want to say on this one that I have listened to the recordings on the meeting that I missed on March 5th, and I've signed an affidavit saying that I've heard them.
Yes, please, if that's okay.
I'm just on that point, actually, because I don't think that Rick did. So we'll just have to clarify who actually is part of the voting quorum for this.
Okay, so it'll be everybody but Rick, I believe, right? I think everybody else was here.
Yeah, Rick, can you confirm? Because I think that you hadn't listened to the audio for this one.
That's correct. I was absent for that meeting.
Okay, so I should probably scrap that vote from the last one too, right? And you made the,
yes,
and you made the motion too, so we might have to revote the last one.
Sorry about that.
All right, we'll take care of that in a minute.
Okay.
All right, any further discussion among the commission?
Oh, I do want to say, I'm sorry, I do want to say one thing. You can hear me, right?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Yes, okay. We would also like to voluntarily, there was some discussion about the heights, and that was in the letter as well. So we would like to voluntarily raise the dock so that there's 5 feet of clearance underneath it over the marsh. That might not be over the shrub vegetation, but we'll raise it up enough so they have 5 feet over the marsh. And we could put grading on there if you want us to, but we'll voluntarily raise it up to 5 feet.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think that would make an improvement for everybody, I believe.
Yeah, it's at 4 feet right now.
We do have a hand up from the Lucy Health Ed.
All right, so Lucy, are you there? You need to unmute.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Lucy.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. As you know, my name's Lucy Hulse. My sisters and I are joint owners of the property right to the east of the Carrises, so we're at 126 Mayflower Terrace. I was the person who couldn't make the last meeting, so appreciate having the chance to meet you today. As was mentioned in prior testimony that we submitted, our family was most concerned about the impact of this project on our ability to have a dock in the future. And I can see you've got the map up here. We own both the property at 126 Mayflower and 130. And we had a dock in the past in this area here at the edge of the property line. We want to thank the Carrises and Mark Burgess for modifying the original plan to straighten the pier orientation and shorten the float. That was much appreciated. As Mark has stated tonight, he has also confirmed with us that the revision that's being discussed today leaves us enough room for a shared dock on our property. He also mentioned this in his March cover letter to the commission when the revised plan was submitted. So we appreciate having an opportunity to comment, and it's Lucy Helse, Linda Morrow, and Lorna Bozeman who I'm speaking for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lucy. I don't see any other attendees who have a hand raised. Any further discussion among the commission? Hold on, I got a chat. Something from Richard Karras.
I can unmute him.
Yeah, can you unmute him?
Got that.
There we go.
Okay, go ahead.
Just wanted to comment and thank Lucy for her comments, and we'd be glad to work with her, in the future on any concerns she has.
Okay, great, thank you. Commission, commissioners, any other comments or concerns? If not, would somebody be willing to craft a motion? Tom?
I make a motion to issue an order of conditions approving project SE 83 2220 at 122 Mayflower Terrace with the following standard conditions: 1 through 6, 10 through 12, 17, 19, 22 through 28, 36, and 37 with the following special conditions. The time of year restriction would be February 15th to April 30th. The ramp and float should be removed seasonally and stored above the 35-foot setback. The float and ramp should not be dragged across the intertidal areas or salt marsh or buffer vegetation or the bank. Specific instruction should be included for the removal of the float and ramp. Pier should be 5 feet above the marsh. The dock is currently designed at 4 feet, but that has been adjusted.
We also just, sorry, Tom, just add in that the grating will be used for that section.
The what?
That grating will be used for that section to allow for light penetration.
Okay, all right, that's in then. The dock shall be elevated to meet the Department of Marine Fishery recommendations. No dredging is proposed or permitted by this order. Thank you, Ed.
All right, thank you. Before we get a second, I think I failed to go to Kelly. Did you have any further comments, or Kelly, on this?
No, that was my only
Just the
other
grading.
comment. And then just the float stops for on the landward edge at 3 feet.
Okay. And
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Rick.
Just wanted to ask Mr. Durkin if he would consider specifying something other than Greenheart pilings for the project.
Yes, I'd certainly be in favor of that specificity. Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
Okay. It's been moved by Commissioner Durkin. Is there a second?
I second. Ellie.
Ellie Lawrence seconded. Kelly, would you call the vote?
Just give me one moment. I'm just making a note. Okay, so Ellie made the second, did she?
Yes.
Ellie made the second. Hold on.
Sure.
There seems to be another Richard Karras, and his hand is up. I don't know if he had anything further to
Yes,
offer.
I do. Can you hear me?
Richard.
Kelly, can I go forward with the tree planting now?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Yep, the trees were, I think the commission saw that were added to the plan, the ones that were removed, and they had added those onto the plan to be replanted. So
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so it's
okay,
been moved and seconded. Kelly, you want to call the vote then?
Sure. Hoops,
Aye.
Durkin,
Aye.
Huggins,
Aye.
I did.
Mulhern,
Missed it.
Aye.
Lawrence,
Aye.
They're all
and
approving it.
Bishop is recused. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to nil with 1 recused. And the motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mark. Kelly, do we have to go back and, I guess we need to go back
I think we do need to, yes, because we need to address that one. So we'll need just somebody to, I'm not sure how we deal with the fact there was, I guess we just acknowledged that it was an invalid vote because someone who was recused. So if we could just get someone to make the motion again. If everyone agrees they don't need to make it in full, then you can proceed along those lines.
So moved.
Okay, so that's so this is just so hold on. We have to reopen. We had a procedural problem with SE 83-2221 Cheryl Lockey 36 Mayflower Terrace. So we need to redo the motion. The motion has been re-initiated by Ellie Lawrence. And is there a second?
Second, Tom.
Seconded by Tom Durkin. All those in favor? I'm
sorry.
Sorry.
It's all right.
I'm sorry.
Hoops.
Aye.
Durkin.
Aye.
Huggins.
Aye.
Mulhern.
Aye.
And Lawrence.
Aye.
And the motion carries 5-0 with one recused.
All right, great. Thank you, everybody, for making crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Moving on with the next order of business is a request for an amended order of conditions for SE 83-2198 Eric Johnson 37 Moss Road, Yarmouth. Who is here for that? Is that Dan?
I believe it's Stephanie Sequin has her hand raised. Or did?
That's correct. She's the representative.
I can allow her to talk.
Yeah.
All right, Stephanie, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'm Stephanie Sequin. I'm an engineer with Ryder and Wilcox, and I'm representing Derek Johnson, who's the owner of 37 Moss Road. It's a 24,000 square foot lot located off Great Island Road. There's a bordering vegetated wetland to the south, and a good part of the property is within the 100-foot buffer to the BVW. The entire property is located within land subject to coastal storm flowage. It's an A zone. The base flood elevation is 11. And back in July of 2019, you issued an order of conditions to allow the removal of the existing building and the construction of a new building, including upgraded septic system, driveway construction, and landscaping and hardscaping. That building is under construction now, and the owner has had a chance to work with a landscape designer and has decided to make some changes to what was originally approved. So we're asking for an amended order of conditions. The changes that are being proposed, first of all, the approved plan called or allowed, there was a 2-car attached garage that was part of the original approved plan, and they have decided not to do that attached garage. So that's been deleted from the revised plan. So that's 952 square feet of building footprint that has been deleted. According to and we submitted a landscape plan that was prepared by ML Kuradasi. And what's also being proposed is an alteration to the proposed driveway. Was originally a circular drive, very similar to what's there now, and they decided that they don't need that much driveway, and they've revised it to just have a straight 22-foot wide driveway just coming straight in from the road, and that has resulted in a roughly 680 square foot reduction in the area of the pervious driveway. And on top of that, the portion of the circular driveway that was within the 100-foot buffer has been eliminated. So now the entire driveway is outside of the 100-foot buffer to the BVW, still within the land subject to coastal storm flowage. And the applicant is proposing a patio area, which is shown the hatched area off the southeast corner of the building. That will be a pervious patio. It'll be stone, some sort of stone pavers on dry laid on a permeable base. I included a cut sheet that illustrates how that will be constructed so as to allow rainwater and surface water to perk through the patio area. The square footage of the proposed patio is 735 square feet. And the last change that we're requesting on this revised plan, because this is in the flood zone, and again, the base flood elevation is 11. The existing grade before they started construction is roughly 6. So the new building is way up out of the ground, and they have placed fill around, around the foundation to cover up some of this foundation so it's not so visible. The approved plan showed just fill being brought in and sloping down to meet natural grade. What they would like to do instead of that is construct a retaining wall at the edge of that filled slope, so that one, they don't have to worry about having that, being eroded, and they can create more of a level area around the building so that it's creating more usable space. So those are the changes that we have requested. There is, as part of the approved plan in the order of conditions, there is an area of mitigation plantings that were approved. Those have been incorporated into the new landscape plan, and there's no changes to those approved proposed mitigation plantings. I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's like, I know, Kelly, you've got a couple of comments concerning grading, is that right? And moving water onto another, the abutters property?
Yeah, I just had a question. In the north of the parcel, there is a grading that goes from, I think, about 7 down to 4 in elevation, and it looks like a slope that's leading directly to the neighbor's property. So I just wanted to see if we have any way of controlling that runoff so we don't have runoff to the neighbor's property. And I also just want to confirm, because there is no grading where elevations provided between the house and the wall, as to what the grading in that area will be, and any accommodation for that runoff.
Well, did you have and this is Stephanie Sequin, did you have a chance to go out to the site to see where they are with the grading?
Yeah, I could see what the grading is now. I'm not sure whether what the proposed finished grading will be once the wall is gone in. So between the wall, in fact, the area up by the driveway, it's difficult to tell at this point because it's all under construction, but just didn't know if you had a bit more information on what was proposed.
I guess I don't have the an elevation on the final grade, but around the house, but I would say it's between elevation 8 and 9. So that and we have called out the elevation of the top of the wall is elevation 7. So that would just be like a 1 foot drop from the grade at the foundation down to the top of the wall elevation.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I guess my issue is to try and avoid some of the issues that we have with other projects with runoff. I mean, I know that beyond, and certainly there were a lot more runoff issues that would be associated with the old plan compared to this in terms of the wall, because you're reducing that slope. And there is sufficient area around the extent of the wall that will provide for infiltration of runoff coming from that area. Perhaps more if you could address at the north part of the property where we've got that slope towards the neighbor's property.
Yeah, and the ground is sloping in that direction already. There's, well, what was the existing contour? It was already graded toward, the low area along the north property line.
But not from an elevation of about 9 or 7 feet down to an elevation of 4, because there wasn't that kind of elevation on the property before. So that's a significant difference in slope in that area from what was there before.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know whether we just need to have some kind of swale in between at the bottom of that grade to capture any runoff of vegetated swale, or a buffer, swale with, a vegetated buffer along that section.
Okay, I'm just looking, I don't know as we have really a whole lot of room to create a swale there. And I'm wondering if it would maybe make more sense then to continue the wall where they're showing now steps down to the driveway. And then I think the idea was to have just a natural grade to the east of those steps, between the steps and the raised containment wall. If they just continued the retaining wall across to the east and tied into the proposed septic containment wall, then it would mimic the retaining wall that's being proposed on the other side, having the gently sloping area from the building down to the top of the wall, and then the 2 or 3 foot drop down to the 4 to 5 foot grade at the driveway. I mean, would that be more acceptable?
Yeah, I think that would certainly be an improvement. Does the commission have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Kelly, this is Rick. I was at the site today, and I think that would be an improvement. But like you, given some of the other applications we're dealing with, drainage from one property to the other, it's a little concerning.
I agree. I think it has to be addressed, because I don't want to be I don't want to be going through another situation like we've been going through in other parts. So I think we need to have that. I think what you're proposing here is better than what's on the proposed plan at this point. So anybody else?
Yeah.
Paul?
Yeah, I agree that given our recent dealings with runoff like this, it's really an important aspect of the job. So hopefully, it's a little hard for me to envision how this is going to be mitigated, but certainly something has to be done.
My other comment was just to fix the erosion control in this section of the property, because it's not serving its purpose at the moment.
Okay.
Make a
anybody
motion.
else from the commission?
Um,
Sorry, was that Tom?
No, it's Ellie.
Yeah, do you
Okay.
do you want to make this motion with the idea that they'll come back with a new plan for Kelly, with the complete plan with the wall going all the way over?
Kelly, do you want to see it before we vote on it, or are you comfortable with us voting and then you would just make it dependent upon your final approval?
Stephanie just has her hand raised if she had anything else to add to that.
Okay,
Well,
Stephanie?
Yeah, hi, that I was just going to ask if that was something, if what I described as a solution was, if that was okay, if I could, submit a revised plan showing that.
Yeah, I think I would need to see it. I'd need to, I'm not very good at visualizing that from your description, but I would need to see that. But I feel relatively comfortable with being able to move forward with a motion with a revised plan.
All right, so unless we have any other comment or discussion among the commission, Kelly, did you have something else?
I was just going to check in the audience in case there was.
I'm looking
any
there now.
members.
I don't see anybody else.
Maybe just make a call for any final comments.
Any final comments amongst the audience? Commissioners? Would somebody like to make a motion?
This is Ellie. I make a motion that we accept the new amended orders of condition for SE 83-2198 at 37 Moss Road. Anything with the retaining wall going all the way around to the septic containment, and the silt fence being repaired and maintained for the life of the project.
Can I just add that if I feel that the plan needs to be reviewed by the commission, that it just come back to you for approval before we issue that?
Good.
If on reviewing it, I feel it's necessary for additional review.
Okay, Ellie, will you add that?
Yes, make that added to that motion.
Okay, Ellie Lawrence has made the motion. Is there somebody who seconds?
Second.
All right, Rick Bishop seconded it. Kelly, you want to call the vote?
Hoops,
Aye.
Durkin,
Aye.
Huggins,
Aye.
Mulhern,
Aye.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Bishop.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next order of business is another request for an amended order of conditions. This is for SE 83-2125, Robert and Mariana Giglio, 44 Matichie Road, West Yarmouth. Again, this was continued from January 16th, February 6th, March 5th, March 19th, 2020. I know Dan is in the audience and ready to go.
Can I make a comment before we proceed? I've received new information today, and it's too late for me to be able to review it and too late for you to be able to review it. And unfortunately, because it would be awesome to be able to close this project out. So I can show you the material, I can share it on the screen, but I'm assuming that we're going to end up continuing again because we won't have had time to review it. I've received an email from Dan with drainage calculation and an updated plan.
Okay, so much for my hope of closing this thing. Well, let's. So I think unless the commission is dreadfully opposed to this, I think I would prefer just to discuss this newest portion. I don't think that there's much else that we have to go through, but I'm willing to entertain. I'll ask the commission, do you want to run through the calculations and this new information, or do you just want to have it presented to and take a look at it over the next 2 weeks, since we're apparently going to have to be continuing this again and address any of the final things that we've been talking about over the last 2.5 months, three months. Yes, Paul?
Yeah, could we get just a little more information from Kelly regarding some of the new information?
Yeah, so we could ask Dan to present the information. I can share it on my screen, and then you can make a judgment on us whether you require more time to review it. Would that be?
That'd be great, thank you.
Okay, if you just give me a moment, I'll just share the documents on my screen.
All right, Kelly, feel free to start whenever you want.
These are the drainage calculations. I think that Dan is able to unmute. Yeah, he's unmuted himself. So can you hear us, Dan? Or can we hear you?
Yes, loud and clear.
Excellent, thank you. So if you want to talk through the drainage calculations, then, and if the commission are comfortable with that, then we can move forward.
Sure, and I do apologize for the lateness of the submittal. This COVID-19 has got our office twisted in pretzels. I've got guys that have mild asthmatic that are scared to death and can't work, and so we've been trying to fill in, and we've got a very crazy workload. But the town engineer was nice enough to go over the plans and made some nice, calm and measured comments about the area, which I concur with completely. You may recall as we were walking out of the meeting or at the end of the last meeting, I said that, look, why don't I show a gravel strip edge along that walkway, a little trench drain. That'll take care of the water in that side yard. And that should take care of things on this without any problem. So the only change to this plan at all is to just put that little 6-inch strip drain along the walkway. And because it's 12 inches deep, it's adequate to infiltrate a full 25-year storm design event for that little bit of 515 square foot of walkway there. It's over designed by probably at least a factor of 2.5. So there will be no problems whatsoever in that whole walkway area. There was some consideration about having us remove the walk, but Mr. Giglio has, bad knees and isn't getting any younger. And with the FEMA elevations, he'd like to be able to get from his driveway as level as he can across the yard to the rear without going up and down through the house. And so it was very important for him to leave that. So we're willing to spend the money on that if it can help assure the board. And so again, that's the only change was just, I said I'd do that. So I finally got the chance to do that. And we got another email yesterday from Arlene. She's not an engineer, but she, works in the field for many years and was commenting that there's no drainage calculations. So she can have the professional engineer that she hires sometimes look at them if she'd like. But I can assure you, I'm a licensed engineer. I've been working for many years in Yarmouth. That this drainage design is completely adequate for what you're looking at here. The standard of care is that it's not any worse than existing and degrade so that the water doesn't run onto the neighbor. This plan absolutely meets the intent of your rule, and as condition number 5 shows on the plan, it's important to recite it again, but it says grading shall be accomplished so that runoff shall not be directed to the property of others. The project shall not increase runoff. It doesn't say that one drop can't leave the property, by the way, but it just shall not increase runoff nor cause flooding or storm damage to abutters, other property owners, or wetland resource areas. This is an existing developed residential area that has extremely high groundwater and very flat and low grades. During a 100-year storm event, the base flood elevation, there'd be 6 feet of salt water over this entire area. So our little discussion here about some fresh water would be, null and void and mute. That kind of an event would completely inundate the neighbor's house to the south, fill the basement, ruin the, water tank would be floating, everything would be ripped out. Mr. Giglio's house, because he just did take the initiative to bring it up, should be pretty safe during a 100-year storm event. Everything's elevated up, and that's really the reason we're here, because as you could see from that last presentation, one of the best ways to handle grading that's higher is to introduce retaining walls near the perimeter to level the ground out and prevent a sharp slope from entering the neighbor. In this case here, we did alter the original design a little bit, but as Kelly said early on this, on these flood zone only projects, you don't have performance standards. The only real care standards that we look at is that you don't want to, run, as we said, an increase in runoff to the neighbors. You certainly try and grade it to the extent possible. And so did we make a mistake and make some changes without going back to the board? No question. I didn't, notice them until Bob to do it. Bob didn't realize that there was no wetland resource areas. And until we got that huge 3-inch storm event, there was really no problems. The rear of this site, as you saw from the photographs, was completely sandy and open, and there were just really no problems until we get those historic storm events, and had the bad luck of having the neighbor redo the loam and seed in the interim, which has caused more recent puddling. And we had the unfortunate incident of then the high groundwater going into the basement, there being a sump pump installed. You can see the little green sprinkler head thing there in the front that pops up and gurgles out thousands of gallons of water. That flooded the whole street and area and caused no end of grief because the entire area was flooded. They were trying to pump the groundwater to the surface and it was just recirculating and flooding everywhere. It just created a long-term awful event. So it was just a misunderstanding that, you know, you really can't pump groundwater. Since those floats have been raised way up, so I think it's only tripped a couple of times. It was running on March 1st. I tried to email over a video showing that that was going, but it was locked out by the town system, but I could play it on my iPhone if you need or something like that. But in any event, the thing is the floats were raised up enough so that it doesn't normally discharge, but it was just before the last meeting still discharging. Again, we don't mean to play gotcha or go back and forth, but that's just the situation as we understand it. And if somebody unplugged it or whatever since, that's fine. But we just would strongly recommend not to pump the groundwater to the surface. It doesn't do anybody any good. So the puddling area is between the two properties. I submitted a diagram which, you know, basically reflects these same grades, but you can see where the cursor is now, that 5.2, the 5.0. That's the puddle area. I've been out in almost every storm since we've been talking about this and looking. The problem seems to have largely disappeared. There's a very slight puddle there. It goes away immediately. I think the grass is starting to grow a little better. The wormholes are coming back and you're getting a little bit more infiltration. Anytime you put loam down and pack it, you're going to have a puddle. If anybody's ever tried to put in a lawn, you know that's the case. In this case, it's our understanding or the testimony of Mr. Giglio and his wife that the seed was put in, the sprinkler was put on, it was forgotten about and it burned, and then it was put on and it ran too long, and for whatever reason the lawn just didn't take, and so we're dealing with a situation there that's hard packed and causes surface puddling with almost any amount of rain. And the corner of that yellow house has a downspout with 2/3 of the house that dumps right into the puddle, so that's not helping anything either, to have the roof run off right into that, you know, hard packed loam area. But to the extent that we can make this better, I think we've finally got to a plan and a place where it is going to be better. We've redoubled our efforts. We're causing a nice swale on our side of the retaining wall that's going to take that 3850 square foot and put it in the ground there. That size of that volume of that swale can take almost 2 inches of runoff from that area, which is a substantial amount. A lot more of the lawn system, you usually would only get that kind of runoff if you had a 10 to 20 year event. There's a small amount of patio there. All the porch and building runoff is piped, and underneath that rear porch, Bob filled the entire thing with crushed stone all the way up to grade and piped all his plumbing into it. That was his dry well, and I checked with these drainage calculations, the sizing. It's actually adequate for a 25-year storm event, so we should have no issues. That DA3, which is the last one there, that's the first one there, if you want to go over that one first. But that one we're using, with calculation will come out to about 104 square foot leaching galley. Instead, we're using about a 554 square foot grassline swale. Again, a grassline swale doesn't infiltrate as quickly as crushed stone, so you need a number of size bigger. But you've got the storage there, and generally you'd look to do a grassline solution where feasible, because you get some environmental benefits of that. The grass can soak up some of the nitrogen, and it's a you know, what you call a low impact design, and that's usually looked on favorably. As you guys know, we talked about rain gardens on one of the earlier projects. So I think that's a good way. And again, we're extending that retaining wall back to the elevation 8.5 contour and regrading it into that swale, and we're going to parge that wall, seal it up, and stucco it to make sure that it's watertight. And it does have rebar in it. I've seen them myself. Grouted rebar wall. Again, it doesn't have to be an engineered wall because it's only a couple of feet tall, but it was well done and will continue to be well done, and will hold back the water. And again, all of these problems are mostly, you know, say 95% going to go away if the lawns come in and are, you know, properly pervious surfaces. The neighbor to the north has an almost identical mirrored situation, and there's just zero problems. Every storm I've been there, there's not even a drop of water. It's just the south side has the compacted loam and is a foot lower, and those two factors combine to create a pretty good sized puddle. You know, especially in the historic past, these recent storms, it's been very modest. So as long as you don't pump the groundwater into it and make it even bigger, it just hasn't been a problem. Those are the things. Again, that's the only change, is that little the drainage area 2 was the walkway. We showed that meets a 25-year storm. The driveway is all pitched out to the street. We absolutely will volunteer to mound up the ground so that the 275 feet plus of Mattakees East that comes rolling down there and drains onto her property continues on down the road. I think that would be prudent. Again, it's our testimony that that driveway was in the past paved in that area. It was removed and the ground lowered a little bit. I've been out there during storms. I've seen a puddle connecting the front into the middle. And in my estimation, water does run off the street into there and is compounding the problem. So we'd be glad to, if the neighbor would let us, just put a few shovelfuls of dirt and a little Cape Cod berm style berm there to keep that from happening. And again, would suggest they raise the sump pump settings as high as possible so it doesn't discharge. It's quite close to our swale where the discharge point is, and it's not doing anybody any good to put water right there. If they move that discharge to the south end of their site, it'd probably be even better. They can consider that. So we're going to create a nice 8-foot buffer. There's a swale there. Arlene looked at the calculations. You know, it's unfortunate, but there seems to be, you know, these continued little mistakes. She claimed that there was only 6 cubic feet of storage when it's 53 cubic feet of storage. She's way off on these numbers. She's not a licensed engineer. I don't feel she should be practicing engineering in Massachusetts without a license. I feel strongly, and I put my stamp on the plans to indicate that this will solve the problem, and we need not concern ourselves further with it. The attorney I copied Arlene with correspondence. The attorney, you know, emailed back that he didn't get it. Well, I didn't have his email, but Arlene obviously sent it right to him because he commented back. Again, if you want to put this off until the town engineers review it, that's fine. But again, it's a very simple matter, and you have my assurance. It's a good, safe design. It will solve the problem. And I'd be glad to answer any questions if you do have them, and respond to any inquiries from the neighbors if needed. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, questions?
Ed, it's Rick.
Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
You know, given that Dan has professionally stamped these plans, I'm pretty comfortable with his work. And, you know, obviously it's because they're stamped, his reputation is on the line here. And just help me for 1 second. I thought at one point at a previous hearing, we agreed that they would be asked to completely remove the asphalt driveway and reinstall the half-round pervious driveway. Has that happened, or is this just not showing up on this plan?
I believe the driveway, they showed up at the last meeting. They were going to remove a portion of the driveway and get rid of the paving and replace it with gravel. And that's what's proposed now.
Just doesn't say gravel anywhere as far as I can tell.
Yeah, look on the plan that's on the screen now.
Yeah.
Up in the upper left-hand corner.
Oh, I missed that. I was looking down low. Thank you.
Okay, and so that's their that's.
It's fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Paul?
Yeah, I had the same question about the driveway. I just wanted to mention that. And also, I think you just have to move forward with this and trust the calculations done by the licensed engineer.
Okay. Anybody else in the commission have any concerns, comments? Keeping in mind that I can only see 3 or 4 of you at a time, so speak up.
We do have a couple of raised hands. Let me just double check who that is.
All right, I'm going to go over to the public for now. We'll come back to the commission if they have anything. I think Arlene would like to say a few words. I don't know, is that you who's muted, or Arlene? Or...
She is unmuted now.
Okay, there you go. Go ahead, Arlene.
Thanks. You know, it seemed to me that after the last meeting, it was acknowledged that drainage calculations should have been done and presented to the town engineer before this meeting. I sympathize with Dan. We're having the same problems in our office getting work done because of the coronavirus issues, but it's been a while and it was unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm always like screeching into the Zoom.
It was unfortunate that it took so long to get those drainage calcs. We would like to review them. One of the problems that I have just looking at the drainage basin plan is that there aren't enough spot grades to really determine that the line around DA1, which is the backyard area, is as big as it should be. The other disappointment is that the board has asked at least twice in my hearing for the concrete walkway to be removed, and it's still on the plan. That drainage area only carries from the house and the walk. There's no drainage calculations for the area beyond the walk or for the driveway. So it seems to me a little short. Beyond that, there's an issue of precedent here, it seems to me. This plan is not just a little different from the plan that you approved. It's significantly different from the plan you approved. Dan suggested that the original topography here before the last house was removed was low and flat. And based on what I've seen, that's correct. It was low and flat. And areas that are flat infiltrate even where there's little depth to groundwater because the water just sits on the flat grade. When you introduce slopes, and some of these slopes are significant for the new house, you create runoff problems. If you went back to the grading plan that went with the house that you approved, then a lot of these issues disappear because those grades were much flatter and there was much less impermeable surface. This house is actually bigger and has more impermeable surface, even without the driveway, than what you approved. That back porch wasn't in the original plan. That's where the patio was. And the patio that's there now is all beyond the limit of what you approved. So the problem as I see it is not that Dan's plan might not work. I have great respect for Dan. He is a good engineer. We've worked with him on the same side. I enjoy working with him and his office. The problem is that people look at this project and say, wow, look what he got away with. We'll just go in and get a permit for something we know they'll get approved, and then go and build whatever we want and hope we don't get caught until the end and the commission will let us keep it. That becomes an issue. And this plan is not a secret. Lots of people know what's going on here. And it would be a real disservice, I think, to the community and a problem going forward for the commission.
Thank you, Arlene. I'm going to let Dan. Do you have a response to that?
Yes, please.
Or do you want to respond to her? Or I see Edward's also got his hand up too. Do you want to hear both comments first and then?
Well, it's fresh in my mind. I'd appreciate responding to a little bit of that.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure. Dan Ojala from Downkeep Engineering for the record. And again, there are no performance standards in a flood zone only project. There are none. And so if I had come in with a 6-foot retaining wall all the way around this property, or 8, you might look at it, again, it's all about the performance of it, whether it puts water onto the neighbor's side or not. Other thing on, and so the plain explanation for this is we came in with a plan with the current regulations. FEMA changed the regulations by altering the definition of the base flood elevation to the design flood elevation, adding a foot to the number while poor Bob was struggling to get his permit. So we had to raise a foot to everything on this entire site just to meet code so he could get his building permit. So, again, should we have come back and asked about that? Yes, but I mean, the reason for it is very clear. We had to meet code and raise it up a little bit higher. And then, Arlene says, oh, the grades were flatter. They're almost as flat now as they were. If you go from 8 to 9, 9.5, the middle of that site where the patio was 6 and it went down to 5. So it went down a foot versus maybe 18 inches on the slope. It's very, very similar. And when this lawn comes in fully and it's turfed, it's irrigated, Bob's going to do a great job with it. You're not going to get hardly any runoff. It's going to be a beautiful lawn. And if the neighbor does her job on her side, she'll have a beautiful lawn. And again, they worked together. The bunch of fill was brought in. A lot of changes were made. And then the relations soured after we got a huge rain event and she put in a sump pump. And now it's all sour grapes since then. And I just think we got to put this behind us. There was a very good reason for raising the site. Bob did the best he could with a tough hand of having to raise it an extra foot. He's an elderly man. He's got issues. You got to have the grade up a little bit higher so he can get in and out of the house. And he did the best he could, and in my opinion, did a fairly good job. Now, was there, a little bit of work more that can be done? Yes, and we've shown that on the plan. But with a FEMA change coming in the middle of the project, it gave us a lot of reason to do what we did. And I don't feel that you have to worry about, there's no performance standards. You just have to look whether you're going to impact the neighbor or not. We're not. Boom, end of story. And, we'll deal with these guys on a civil matter if they want to be silly about it. But the problem is solved. It will be solved by the solution. And we need not concern ourselves. I've spent too much time on this, and everybody has. It's just a very frustrating when it could be just easily solved by getting the lawns to grow and a little bit of drainage work.
I think, Dan, I'm going to turn it back to Edward. You want to identify yourself for the record? Again, I'm reminding everybody making comments that let's keep it on new material. Let's not rehash everything. We've all been painfully aware of the entire process here. So, Edward, go ahead.
Sure. Edward Peetnick on behalf of the O'Shea's. A couple of things that just got said to jump to that. The comment about it's all about performance. Part of the problem the O'Shea's have, and obviously I have then vis-a-vis the O'Shea's, it's all about performance. If he hadn't violated 8 out of the 17 requirements that you'd given him originally, we would not have this problem. And with respect to performance, he just wants to put it behind him. However, what he doesn't want to do is he doesn't want to get rid of the impervious driveway. On 2-6, the commission, basically you all agreed that the driveway should be removed, changed to pervious, and the walking path should be removed, and they both should be done per the original plan. So far, it's been continued 3 times, and despite the fact that it's been brought up on each time that we've been before you, it's never been done. How's that for performance? It isn't about taking everything you can and getting everything you want. If you want to work with people, then you have to work with them. And you might say that it's all about the code. However, when you violated 8 out of the 17 elements of the order, it's kind of hard to sit back and think the code's okay. When you're unwilling to work with, I believe, unwilling to work with the board and change the driveway to a pervious driveway, as was requested on 2-6, and you don't remove the walkway, despite being reminded of that again, and having been reminded of the driveway the last time, who's refusing to work with who? And you can say that everything was changed because the FEMA standards changed, but the walkway wasn't there. The driveway wasn't there in the ways that they are now. It's not all about the FEMA standards. It's way too broad a brush. The retaining wall was not supposed to be where it is now. It was supposed to be 10 to 20 feet, depending on where you go along, where the wall was supposed to be, from where it is now. He also said that until the historic storm events, we had no problems. That is absolutely and utterly untrue. I have pictures all along showing that this has been a problem ever since this whole thing started. So, and he also said it hasn't been a problem. It's been a regular problem. It doesn't work for the O'Shea's the way that it is set up now. They have had huge puddles in their yard, and it's due to nothing other than what's happened on that property. It's abundantly clear that until this was done, and the Mrs. O'Shea testified to this, they had no problems at all. They never had water on that side of their property. They don't have water on the other side. They only have it on this side. Now, if you're going to tell me we're going to change the driveway to the circular driveway it was supposed to be and make it pervious, you're going to get rid of the walkway, we have a chance to look at the swale, happy to get rid of this. Happy to get rid of it. But you can't tell me.
Okay, all right. We are hashing the same thing over and over and over again.
Absolutely not hashing the same thing. Absolutely not. He's saying there were no problems. I've sat here and listened while you've had 5 or 7 meetings. You haven't interrupted one person. You interrupt me after he went on and on.
Because you are doing the exact same thing. You're saying the exact same thing. You started your argument, but it's the same argument you started back on the first day.
Well, apparently nobody's listening, and they're not listening to you. Has the driveway changed? Is the walkway gone? No. When he says there haven't been any problems there, that's utterly untrue. I shouldn't be allowed to rebut that?
Sir, you've rebutted it every time you say something. You've rebutted everything he said. Do you have something new to add to the conversation on this?
Well, I'll tell you there's nothing new on this plan. Really, for the most part, except for the little bit of information that he's added, which was supposed to be done 14 days after 3/5. He agreed to a 2-week date. We're here 6 weeks later, and I get it an hour and a half before the meeting.
You got it the same time in fact, I got it right now. So you benefited by a full hour and a half, to be honest with you. So.
Well, that's a benefit. Jeez.
All right. Do you have anything further to add?
Not a thing.
Anybody from the commission have anything to add? Do you need to see anything else?
Dan has his hand raised. I don't know if you want additional comments.
Dan, do you have anything to add new to this?
Well, I mean, just to circle back, we absolutely have removed all the pavement from the driveway. So for him to say that it's still a paved driveway, I don't know if he missed the discussion, but it says remove existing pavement, replace with gravel driveway. Now, we could go to a circular driveway, but that would do a couple of things. It would wreck his expensive front steps. The grade of that had a retaining wall, which came within 8 feet of the front. And so it would be a lot of disturbance there. And then would have to either extend or get rid of the walkway, which is a good convenience. And so the important changes that I offered as we walked out of that meeting, and it was heard by everybody, I says, look, we're going to put a gravel strip drain all along that walkway, and that'll absolutely take care of the problem. We've shown now with the calculations, albeit they're late, but we have had a pandemic, I would remind everyone, that is taken care of as well. So the walkway is solved with an engineering solution. The driveway has been respectfully requested to leave in the same alignment so that we can save our steps in the walkway, but it's absolutely going to go right back to a washed stone surface gravel driveway. It's not going to be pavement. So I just leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, who?
Paul.
Who did?
We're Paul.
Oh, Paul, go ahead, Paul.
So is my understanding that now, because I haven't been out there in a while, but has the driveway been removed and a pervious driveway put in?
No, they have to wait for you to approve this updated plan before they can do the work.
Okay. Can I make a motion?
Definitely.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to issue an amended order of conditions approving the revised plan for SC 83-2125 at 44 Mattakese Road with the previously approved conditions and the following additional conditions. A 5-foot wide vegetated buffer shall be planted along the top of the retaining wall, both on one side of the property. Or strike that, I'm sorry. A 5-foot wide vegetated buffer shall be planted along the top of the retaining wall following recommended plant spacing and using a mix of low and medium shrubs and herbaceous plantings.
Just as a point of discussion on that one, sorry to interrupt you, Paul,
Yes.
just because that's the location of the swale, so it just may need some discussion. It can be a vegetated swale.
Okay, then let me revise that to a vegetative swale, please.
So buffer, yeah, a 5-foot buffer or vegetated swale, depending on the location along the wall.
Okay, as stated. Do we need any other plantings in there?
So the row of plantings along the bottom of this of the wall is not required because they have the stone area which will retain much more runoff. So that is fine. And then the monitoring report I would recommend.
And the monitoring report be provided by a certified drainage engineer in 1 year to assess the site drainage conditions, the health of buffer vegetation, and general soil filtration conditions at the site. And also, should we maybe add the make sure that impervious driveway is removed as described? Did that cover it?
All right, is there any further discussion on this? This would be the time. Does anybody else want to see the walkway leave, or are they good with that?
It seems to me, oh, go ahead, Ellie.
Well,
Ellie?
yeah, this is Ellie. I appreciate all the hard work Dan has been doing with trying to get the drainage on all this fixed up. But, you know, the original plan didn't call for that sidewalk, which seems to be the sticking point here. The driveway is going to go back to the gravel drive. That's fine. That's the way it should be. But I have a hard time with this sidewalk that was just thrown in front of our faces, and we're just supposed to accept that it's for him. I don't know. I have a hard time with this. And I
would agree.
I also want to add that I did listen to the video on this and signed an affidavit for the last meeting that I missed.
Okay, thank you, Ellen.
I also wanted to clarify that with Rick Bishop as to whether he signed, listened to the audio, because I haven't received an affidavit.
I did listen to the audio.
So I'll need to receive the affidavit.
Not sure how to do that. Should I take a photograph of it?
Yeah, take a photo and email it to me.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else with that? I mean, I would move that we include the removal of the walkway to the.
Can I ask a question about that?
Paul?
Given Mr. Giglio's physical condition, is there any requirement regarding that walkway as a benefit to his, and I'm not going to say he's disabled, but potentially that type of understanding that he needs something like that and it would be required under a different set of circumstances?
Well, I mean, there's no, I don't even know how to direct that, but I think we have asked repeatedly to remove it.
Okay.
They repeatedly kept it, and I think we're giving. I think we're giving up on the idea with the driveway. The driveway is going to pervious material, but we also asked that it be returned to the original U-shaped version, and that is not happening. We're allowing that to stay, and trade off of the smaller size and the gravel, component, but. I still think they should remove the walkway.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
Yes, Ed, it's Rick.
Yeah, Rick.
I don't see any notes for the patio. You know, again, the patio wasn't there in the originally approved plan. something they've added. Is that pervious? What are the materials? There's no, I don't have any detail on that.
We have no detail on that at all.
Dan has his hand raised. If,
Dan, you want to address that?
Sure. Yeah, it's a stone set patio. It's semi-pervious. In my drainage calculations, I counted it as 100% impervious, so it would run off 98% of the water that fell on it. But I doubt that it would do that. It's dry fit with some dust in between it, so it'd probably shed 30% of the water that fell on it, something like that. Well, it would depend, but again, it's fully incorporated into those calculations. And I would remind the board that, if we came in with a shuffleboard cord or something else, it would generally, there's no performance standard saying, you shouldn't have impervious, you shouldn't have fill. It's just a general standard that you look at it because it happens to be a resource area under the Wetlands Protection Act. But again,
And nobody's arguing the point that that it wouldn't be permitted. Had you come before us with this plan 3 years ago, it probably would have, we most likely would have permitted it exactly the way it was, because we didn't have any history. We have history with this. The fact is that you were given a approved plan for something significantly different from what you have. I think this is the best way to go about. If I were you, I can't be telling you all this, but it's like if I were you, if I were sitting there and as an applicant, I would be wanting to try and show some sort of a compromise, and the way I would do that would be removing as much of the hardscape as I possibly could do. That would be me.
Well, I understand that, but I don't know if you can hear me. The hardscape is effective hardscape is going down by about 1,000 square foot on this site, because all the old hardscape, and there was a big patio previously, and there's a big deck, but the roof was just running right off onto the ground. The patio was running right off onto the ground. There was no swale, and the grades were similar. So I understand that, but it's should we have asked for it? Yes. But again, I think it cuts both ways. That I think everybody, if they think about it rationally, would say if a patio in the middle of a site in a flood zone only project was proposed, you wouldn't think twice about approving it. And then to be punitive, I mean, yes, there were some mistakes made, but we're working hard to rectify it. We've got, the attorney, is talking about all these conditions that apply to salt marshes and everything else. This is a flood zone only project, and it's pretty modest. It's a somewhat pervious patio. I really think it would be punitive and unfair to make him start pulling up that beautiful patio. And the walkway, again, it's our extreme request to leave it. He loves it. He put it in himself. It helps him walk. He's got a bad knee. His operation or his hip has been delayed because of the COVID. But yeah, he's got a lot of mobility problems, and it really assists him. He'll have to walk across the uneven grass surface if you have us take it up. But it is what it is. We'll make do if the board really feels that. We feel that it's an engineered solution that has allowed it to stay. And again, had we come in from day one and asked for it, it would have been a stamped approval with this swale. And so I think you could do it, but again, it's up to the board. We really love to leave it, but we would unfortunately understand the patio. I mean, it's in the middle of the site. It's somewhat pervious, and it's being handled with a drain design. So I would leave it at that. But I'd ask that the board be reasonable about it and not be swayed by arguments that would more aptly apply to a wetland resource than a flood zone only project.
Okay, thank you. So the board, yay or nay on the walk? Yes, no. Remove or not?
Remove.
Paul?
Yeah, I would remove it.
Ellie?
Remove it.
Tom?
Remove it.
Okay, who did I forget? Pat?
Remove it.
Okay, so Paul, do you want to add the removal of the walkway to your motion?
Yes, I do. As you just described.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Then do I have a second?
Second. This is Ellie.
Ellie seconded. Let's see, Kelly, could you call the roll, please?
Sure. Hoops,
Aye.
Durkin,
Aye.
Huggins,
Aye.
Mulhern,
Aye.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Bishop.
Aye.
We have a unanimous approval.
All right, thank you. All right, so Dan has put his. Okay, Dan, you have your, do you have a question?
Consideration, and apologize again for the lateness of that filing. I'd really hoped to get it in within 2 weeks, but it's been extraordinary circumstances, and I appreciate everyone's careful consideration, and we'll certainly comply. We don't think it's that unreasonable, and we do apologize for moving ahead without full cooperation of the board and knowledge, and we'll make sure Bob knows that with his next project, and I'll try and keep more careful tab of my projects so that it doesn't happen again, even on a flood zone only project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Next order of business. Where are we here? Request for certificate of compliance for SE 83-13666 Fairwind Circle, Yarmouth. Kelly, any questions, concerns, comments?
Yes, I have some comments. Okay, so this one has a lot of history. It's been before the commission maybe a year and a half ago for discussion. It's an old project for a dock and a walkway that was partially closed out with a COC for the dock, but remained open for the walkway because the walkway hadn't been completed at that time. The property changed ownership, and there was some issues with closing out some outstanding issues, but when the property changed ownership, the new property owner would like to rebuild the dock, which doesn't currently meet the regulations, but they need to close this certificate of compliance out for, sorry, just one moment. So they need to close out this order of conditions entirely for the walkway as well as the dock. So they have filed the certificate of compliance request for it. So on the screen, I've shown you the top plan is what was the approved plan with the walkway, and the bottom plan was the walkway that was actually installed, and this is an at-grade walkway. When the commission discussed this in an informal discussion during a meeting, they agreed that that walkway as it was could remain because it was having minimal impact and it would be more impactful to go in and change it at this point. So on that basis, they're requesting the certificate of compliance just to close this old permit out. However, when I did the site visit, this is what I found at the property. And this photo on the left was the photo I took when we went out there to before the discussion on our previous agenda, and the photo on the right is the condition out there now. So obviously those are dramatically different. Apparently the property did sustain some tornado damage last year, but this appears to be much more significant than just cleaning up storm debris. So I do have an issue with issuing this certificate of compliance at this point. I think there needs to be some form of restoration of the vegetation that has been lost at the property. Just for perspective, you can see the light here is the light that you can see in the distance. So this one's taken from a bit further away down the dock, and this one's taken further landward on the dock. And this is further up towards the house, where the photo on the left is the conditions when I last visited the site, when I previously visited the site, and the photo on the right is the current conditions, where there's been significant cutting, and this is all on the coastal bank. And then just the final photo is there was also, I'll just go back on the plan, there was up here, you can see my cursor, there was a pathway that was built along this property line out to a patio that was out here at the top of the bank, because the coastal bank wraps around the top here. And the commission had requested that that patio be removed because it wasn't permitted and it was within 35-foot no disturb zone. So that has been removed. However, this is remains. So this is obviously gravel material that I'm assuming underlays and pavers. And there's a bench there. And then this is the walkway where there's the remains of the walkway where there's still some gravel there and it's looking a little unstable. So it should probably be restored with some plantings in that area.
Kelly, was the walkway, was that originally proposed to be some sort of a hardscaped or hardened surface?
I think it had pavers going all the way out, and then pavers were out where there's benches. It was actually a hard surface.
Okay. All right, is that it then?
That's it from me.
Okay, I think we should move to not issue anything, and actually we should issue an enforcement order and have a full restoration of this bank, and that is clearly not tornado damage. That was deliberate.
And I think we do have the property owner in the audience if he wanted to raise his hand, if he wanted to add anything to that.
Okay, while he does that, I'll go to Tom.
I agree completely with the enforcement order, and I think we also should consider the possibility of a fine because of the extensiveness and disregard for the bylaws.
I would support that.
Yeah, 100%, Tom. I agree.
I do too.
All right, so the homeowner. Is that Jay? Is that who that is? The homeowner?
Yeah, I've unmuted the homeowner. I think they need to just unmute themselves at their end. There you go.
Okay, Jay, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Jay Ahmad. I'm the new owner. Yes, we did have some tornado in that area past year, and then I did clean some stuff.
When did you move in? When did you take ownership of the property?
About a year ago, year and a half ago, maybe 2 years, year and a half ago. So it was a lot of debris from previous owner was dumping all the landscape and stuff in the bottom. So I did clean it all out. And basically branches and all the stuff, old branches, I did clean all that.
It was, from the initial visit I did, there was a pile of debris at the bottom of this walkway down toward the dock, but on the left side of the dock that we had requested that the property owner remove as part of the discussion that we had. But that was over on the left side of the light stand there in between the slope and the resource area, the slope and the
Can you, Kelly, you took the earlier pictures while Mr. Ahmad he was still the owner, or it was a previous owner when you took the pictures?
I think the house was in the property sale phase at that point, so I'm not sure who was exactly the owner. I think it was during that settlement period.
Okay, so it was not Mr. Ahmad or it was not the previous homeowner then who had done it. It was Mr. Ahmad.
Yeah, I think that's what he just stated.
Okay. All right. Any commissioners have any other comments, questions on any of this? If not, can I have a motion to? I guess we're going to move to issue an enforcement order and not issue. Sorry, let's worry about the. Can I have a positive? I'll just let's try to start this all over again, folks. I need a motion to issue the certificate of compliance. If you do not want to issue the certificate of compliance, you will vote no or nay when the roll call is is called for, and then we will go and address the issue of enforcement and citation after that. So first, can I have a motion to issue the certificate of compliance for SE 83-13666 Fairwind Circle?
So moved.
Tom moved it, and Rick, will you second?
Second.
All right, seconded by Rick. Kelly, call the vote.
Hoops.
Nay.
Durkin.
Nay.
Johnson. Oh, sorry, not Johnson. Huggins.
Paul, you're muted.
Huggins? Huggins?
Nay.
Thank you.
Time.
Mulhern?
Nay.
Lawrence?
Nay.
Bishop?
Nay.
Motion does not carry.
All right, so motion does not carry. The certificate of compliance will not be issued. Now to moving on to an issue of issuing an enforcement order. Kelly, can we just do everything together, enforcement and citation, or you want to separate them?
No, you can do them together.
All right, so we need a motion for issuing a enforcement order and non-criminal citation.
So move.
Could
Tom?
you could you specify the value of that?
Let's see, this, do we have any guidance? Otherwise, you're looking at what, a $300 fine?
Yeah, they're generally considered to be daily fines up to a limit of 300. Not less than 100 and not more than 300 for each violation and each subsequent violation.
The commission?
That was per day, Kelly?
Well, each day is a subsequent violation, so it's a little difficult to quantify that. So, but it depends how you want to quantify in terms of what each violation is.
I think we should look at it as just doing a one-time, starting off with a one-time issuance.
Of the
not worry about daily.
I think that's appropriate.
Do we have a time limit on it?
Time limit
on the restorative work? I mean, if
yeah,
we
that
give
would
them
be in the enforcement order, so you can
Yeah.
set the time limit on that.
Yeah, that's the time limit. And that would be probably what, 2-3 growing seasons?
Yeah, would you want to see a restoration
a
plan
monitor.
first and then ongoing monitoring?
Yeah.
But we can we'll worry about that when we go to issue the actual enforcement. When you bring the enforcement order before us, we can uphold that, and then we'll address things like planting plans and mitigation, that sort of thing.
Okay, so I'll bring an enforcement order to you for ratification at the next meeting, and that will require a restoration plan and whatever else you just decide at that point. But in the meantime, a citation of 300, was that right?
I'm saying, commission, are you looking, is that too much for the commission, or $100, or?
I'm looking at 3.
I'm looking at 3.
Okay.
300.
300.
Seems like that's the magic number then.
Okay, so did someone Ellie, you made that motion?
Yes, I did.
So a motion for a $300 citation and to issue an enforcement order requiring a restoration plan for the coastal bank area with monitoring for 3 years?
Yes.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Who was that?
Paul.
Paul, okay, Paul seconded. Any further discussion?
Mr. Ahmad has his hand raised again.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Go ahead,
No,
Mr. Ahmad.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll lower your hand. Okay, so I'll call the roll.
All right, call the roll, please.
Hoops,
Aye.
Durkin,
Aye.
Huggins,
Aye.
Mulhern,
Aye.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Bishop.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Ahmad.
Thank you.
Next order of business is another request for a certificate of compliance for SE 83-1553 Green Harbor Resort, 182 Baxter Avenue, Yarmouth. This is what we were discussing before. Kelly, is that correct?
That's right.
All right, so being no further discussion, then would somebody like to make a motion?
I make a motion that we issue a COC for 182 Baxter Ave.
Okay, is there a second?
Second. Pat.
Seconded by Pat. All those, sorry, Kelly, please call the vote.
Oops.
Aye.
Durkin,
Aye.
Huggins,
Aye.
Mulhern,
Aye.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Bishop.
Recused.
Oh, recused, sorry. And so the motion carries 5-0 with one recused.
Okay, you good, Kelly? All right, next order of business, request for approval of an updated plan for SE 83-204166A River Street, Yarmouth.
So Mr. Chismus is in the audience. He wants to speak. I've unmuted. Oh, there you go. Can you hear us or we can hear you?
Mr. Chismus?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So this is just an extension of our plan. We went ahead and built the structure and the patio. We've started with some of the revegetation. We planted a bunch of seagrass in the late fall. And now we're at the point where we would like to put a fence in and contain the area and begin vegetating the bank per the plan that was established by Wilkinson. Along the way, one of the decisions that we made, originally we were going to have a higher patio around the swimming pool and the patio area, but we made the decision to cut the height down so that it wouldn't be so overbearing and blend more comfortably into the environment, just wouldn't be so bold. And so as a result of that, the elevation around the patio came up a little bit. So we have a need to secure the area with a fence. And all we're asking is to put the fence in and so that we can proceed with the revegetation of the sea bank.
Okay.
Answer any questions? I've discussed this with Kelly on a few occasions, and she's asked me to submit a plan. And so we've had a number of plans in there. We've had Phil Cheney, we've had Bob Perry, we've had Seth Wilkinson and some of his employees and so forth. And so Kelly asked me to put a plan together that addresses the whole situation, which is what we did.
All right, questions from the commissioners?
Hey,
Anybody?
Paul?
Paul?
Is there a plan? I'm reading this over for access through the resource area and vegetation?
Yes, there is. Actually, when we, going back 6 or 7 years, we went before the committee and got approval to do some dredging out under the float to stay compliant. And we provided for access along the portion of the property which is on the bottom of the screen. When we did the revegetation plan, we proactively decided not to put any large rose bushes or other vegetation in it that would be harmed through such movement back and forth. We are only going to do that once a year, and we're going to put mats down, and there's going to be seagrass there. We've done it in the past. And when we do that, we move the sand over to Windmill Beach and replenish the sand there and then exit. So I've had Wilkinson take a look at that whole situation to make sure that we would be okay and that we wouldn't hurt the sea bank. And they're very comfortable that we will not hurt the sea bank whatsoever when we do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Oh, everybody good?
Yes.
Anybody in the audience? Let's see, I'm looking. Our attendees are quickly waning.
Yeah, we're all pretty tired probably, right? You guys, I got to tell you, I got to hand it to you. You hang in there and you give everything your all, no matter how late or tired you get. And
So by God, if we have to go to midnight, we will.
no, I just have to tell you, I've been through a lot of these meetings and I have a brand new appreciation for what it is that you do. And I'm going to make the sea bank look beautiful.
Well, that's what we like to hear.
You're gonna come. My goal is to have you say you did a really nice job.
That's what we would like to be able. We would like to be able to do that every time. So
I tell you what,
we appreciate it.
I personally put in about, must be 200 or 300 grass plugs myself last year, and I had a good time doing it.
It's always the fun thing to be doing in the late winter, early spring, planting beach grass.
Yeah.
All right. Any further discussion among the commissioners? If not, can I have a motion to approve the updated plan for SE 83-204166A River Street?
Do you want to ask Kelly if she has any input on this?
I don't know. Kelly, do you have any input?
I will just turn my video back on.
She's trying to eat her dinner. That's what she's trying to do, I bet.
Never. I do have some concerns with using this access path. You can see that it has been used as an access path and it doesn't look awesome. I much prefer that we weren't using the resource area as an access path for dredging, and I would prefer that we looked at other options for like access from the water for dredging. I don't know if that is a viable option, but I think it should certainly be considered. The fence, I don't have an issue with as long as it maintains the small amount of clearance under it and is an open fence rather than a solid fence. In terms of the performance standards for flood zone and for movement of small wildlife.
Okay, do you have any suggestions for it? Hold on, Mr. Chismas, I'll be with you in just a minute. Did you have any other suggestions for that, Kelly?
Well, I don't know if the dredging can just be done from a barge and sediment removed off site in that method. And then just I assume this area is ready to be planted for the growing season. This is the top of the growing area above the.
I see a few combs of beach grass there. Hey, Mr. Chismas, do you have any?
Yes. So the reason that it doesn't look good now is because we haven't been using mats in the past, and we haven't really been paying much attention to it, knowing that we were going to revegetate the entire area. So going forward in the future, per Wilkinson's protocol and the plan, we're going to be putting mats down. And that area is going to look a whole lot better going forward. This is the result of several years of going down there. And I think in one time in particular, I wasn't there and there weren't mats there. And so this is a culmination of what's been happening in the past. And so getting a barge in there gets complicated and problematic, and we're unable to transport any sand to Windmill Beach when we do that because we can't get access to the beach on the barge and get the sand off of it. So I would strongly prefer to do this. I've also got the affirmation from Seth Wilkinson that he says there will be absolutely no issues with this going forward. So it would be my strong preference to go forward with this. If the committee would like to come down and inspect after we dredge and go back and forth to make sure or put conditions there that it would need to be replanted whenever we damaged anything, I would be okay with that because it's my intent. And I'm very confident that with Wilkinson's help, we'll be able to accomplish the same without harming that area. He does it all the time.
Yeah, I don't have an issue if they, if they're using the mats, and as long as I think we do need to add something that we inspect, and if we see any damage, that they'll have to recover the area.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm totally good with that.
And they use the beached walkway to access for dredging?
I'm thinking about that. There are granite steps there for the machine to get down, but it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
We would probably need to make it a little wider to do that, but we probably could. but I really do not anticipate a problem. I mean, I went through this with Seth personally, not just his company, but him personally. And he claims that he does this every day. But I would be willing to entertain doing that if that's something that you would like. There are granite steps there that the machine would have to get on. So that would be problematic. So we would, there are, if you look on the, if you look to the bottom of where the walkway is now, that walkway is, I think it's permitted to be 8 feet in my deed, but it's not 8 feet right now. I kept it smaller. So I would need to probably make that a little bit wider. I honestly, I think it'd be easier to do it along the border where we have it now. If I would entertain that, but I think we're better off with where it is right now, honestly.
I concur with that.
Hey, Kelly, are you good with that, or with
Yes.
the addition of the inspection afterwards?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
All right, any further discussion amongst the commission?
I'm good.
Would somebody like to make a motion then?
Yeah.
This would be to request the approval of to approve an updated plan for SE 83-204166A River Street, Yarmouth, with the added addition that after the conservation administrator be notified as to the date of the dredging and dredging access, and to inspect the site and require any addition or any I'm losing my mind here, people. Any
Batting.
restoration? I believe Ellie said yay, or
No, I said matting.
matting there. Oh,
Make
sorry,
sure the
matting.
matting's down there.
Sorry, matting and restoration if need be.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, second from
Ellie.
moved by Rick and seconded by Ellie. All those, sorry, go ahead and call the vote, Kelly, please.
Hoops,
Aye.
Durkin,
Aye.
Huggins,
Aye.
Mulhern,
Aye.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Bishop.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chismus. Moving on to other business. Do you want to take care of it? Does it matter which way we go here? Kelly?
Yeah, we have people in the audience for the violations, so we can just turn on through those.
Ed, can I have a 1 minute break? Mr.
All right,
Chairman?
1 minute.
Thank you.
Okay, we will be in recess for 1 minute.
I'm back, Mr. Chairman.
I think they left us all, Rick.
Yeah, I did too. Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
How about now?
Much better.
82 and 86 Harbor Road. Any attendee for this?
There is not. I have been communicating with the property owner. They have since installed a erosion control line along this property line. I've been struggling a little bit to communicate to them the situation and that they need to respond, but I think we're almost on the same page now. They were not able to attend tonight. They have some COVID-19 related issues because they are trying to run a business, and this conflicted with their ability to do that. So I said I would give you an update, and they are working on getting a surveyed plan and a restoration plan together.
Okay. Do they have a deadline for that?
The deadline has more than passed at this point.
Okay.
But I under the situation, under the circumstances, I assume we're, excuse me, okay to be a little bit lenient on.
Okay.
On,
Yep. No, that's fine.
I'll
Right,
provide
other...
I'll provide a further update at the next meeting.
Okay. Any questions about this one, commissioners? Moving on, next one to.
It's the one area they could have used the tornado excuse.
They could have. A violation for a show cause discussion for 54 Station Avenue. Do we have somebody from?
Yeah, Marie, I will allow her to talk, and this does fit within the tornado excuse because they lost a significant number of trees at this property. If you want to try and unmute yourself, Marie, I have allowed you to speak. Yeah, there you go. Can hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes,
excellent.
I'm here.
Excellent. So I'll just give a quick bit of background. This property owner lost a number of trees. I think it was like 27 trees during the tornado. And they did a big cleanup to get rid of all of the debris, and then brought in some fill to level the lot where the craters were created by the roots that came up. Unfortunately, the contractor was a little overzealous with the fill that was brought on the site, and obviously I wasn't consulted through that process either, which is a violation, but also a lot of the fill went down the bank to a wetland. So that is what we're looking to address, and Marie is here to discuss with you.
Okay. Who was the contractor?
Robert Biauer.
Okay, I need to make a correction there.
Okay, Marie, go ahead.
Okay, nobody was hired to drop any fill there. I had discussed with a few people that I wanted some fill to fill some of the trees that had come out there, had left 5 foot deep, 8 to 10 feet around from where the roots were when it had taken the trees out. I wanted to fill those holes on my property. I had made no arrangements with anybody to bring any fill. I had just discussed it with a few people that I wanted some fill to fill all those craters. I went on vacation and had received a couple pictures a couple days before I was due to come home from vacation, and somebody had dropped off 6 10-yard loads of fill on the property. That was one of them where you see the hill go down, but it was up on the property. Not that I could do anything while I was on vacation. When I got back, I tried to find out who put it there. I don't know who brought that there. Somebody had mentioned Robert Hour. I went to Robert Hour, checked with them. They said, no, they didn't drop any off there. I checked with several other companies that do excavate, and I have no idea who dropped it off. So 2 days after I got back from vacation, I contacted Childs and I said, I don't even know what to do with this. This is, I mean, it filled my entire driveway. I hired Childs to come and take all that he could take out. So pretty much as you see in that picture that you're looking at now up on the top where it's leveled off, he took everything he could get off the top there. So I can't tell you that it was Robert Howard. They said it wasn't them that dropped it off there. After I talked to Kelly and we walked through this, and she had given me some suggestions what to do on the side, I had put up the silt fence. I put up cones at the end of the driveway. And 2 days later, somebody stole my cones.
Okay, Kelly, is this isolated land subject to, or is it, what's the resource?
It's an isolated wetland
Okay,
over the required square footage, the 3,000 square feet. And kind of a tree graveyard.
okay.
And I did lose 27 trees on the property.
This is the spot that's right there by, is it by, what is it, across from, at Wood Road? Is that it?
Yeah, Station Evanwood Road.
So that was mostly Tree of Heaven that was destroyed?
That entire driveway area was all trees. You couldn't even tell that there was a driveway there. It was a nice treed area. I did talk to Childs to come back, and when Kelly had talked about the embankment there, I had asked him what his recommendation was. He had come out, surveyed the property, and he sent me a letter, and his recommendation was he recommends packed oversized wood chips called grinds, as this would be the most effective and natural stabilization for the embankment that you're looking at now to your left.
Okay, I said, I think that was all Tree of, almost a lot, there was a large percentage of Tree of Heaven that was knocked down in that site, if I remember correctly. Does anybody, you know, if you know that's the case?
Yeah, I don't recall what vegetation was at the property.
I think that's what it was. I go by that quite frequently, so I always have looked at the spot and said, there's an awful lot of Tree of Heaven there. All right, so what are we proposing at this point? You haven't issued an enforcement order at this point?
Violation notice at this point. So I didn't know whether we needed to remove the sediment or leave it in place and try and stabilize it as it is.
Well, Kelly, it looks like there's a lot of loam there with a couple of new trees. Was that put in there at the same time that this stuff was dumped?
No, that's been done since, because that was the purpose, was to, you know, return, well, just
put more trees there. Okay.
Yeah, to put more trees back in to replace some of the trees that were lost, to restore some of the privacy to the property that was lost.
Okay.
But I've stopped where the loam is, where you see it stopped. I just stopped it there until we had this meeting. I have them scheduled to finish reloaming all that, and that whole edge, I am going to continue to plant trees all the way back around down to the beginning of the driveway.
Yeah, so I mean, that's great, and I think that's good, a good way to restore the property. I think we just need to figure out what to do with that bank at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be hard. I don't think mulch chips, wood chips aren't, I don't think they're going to do it.
We could put in some of the biodegradable jute netting and seed through it with an erosion control mix, with some loam, a thin layer of loam to help it take.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to do. I just don't see.
Yeah,
It's going to be a little bit, I think it'll be a little difficult putting it down, but I think that's the only thing you can do to stabilize that. Otherwise, it's just going to keep on sloughing off and further fill the wetlands. So I would agree with that. Do you need a motion to that effect, or?
Just, I hate to burden her. This is going to be a fairly sizable expense. It's unfortunate. And I have this recollection of seeing a red truck dumping there at one point when I drove by, but I did not notice the name on the side.
So Yeah, I mean, I think one of the lowest cost options, cheaper than trying to remove the fill, is going to be to use the biodegradable matting
Yeah.
with a layer of loam and an erosion controlled seed mix that they use like along highways to create fast stabilization. So that's probably the cheapest and simplest solution.
How much of the wetlands do we lose in there with that? What do you think?
I don't think that we've lost much of the wetland at this point because it's all on the bank. It's really
Okay.
kind of just touching at the bottom, and there's so much dead and there's so
Debris.
much debris in there. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's just accumulating. It's like a graveland, graveyard for trees in there. So I think at the moment we're good, but I feel like the sooner we address it, the less sediment we're going to end up with in
there.
the wetland.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be agreeable. I think the only thing the other thing I would say is let's just make sure that it's a perennial mix and not an annual mix.
Mm-hmm. So perennial seed mix. Yeah, okay. So Maria, you clear on that? Do you want me to provide anything further to clarify what we're asking for? And then we just need a time limit on that as well for when it should be done. Now is the perfect time of year to be doing it. So we can have it done within 30 days.
It depends on how much it costs.
It's a fairly low cost solution because you're really just having someone come in and put a layer of loam down there and rolling out a mat of that erosion control matting, which is not terribly expensive, and then just putting the seed mix. And I think they can sometimes hydro seed that, but they have to get the right mix in there with a good long root system. So, but if they choose like a highway erosion control seed mix, which these contractors that you've referred to, like Childs, are very, very much aware of that, then it shouldn't be particularly costly.
Okay.
So 30 days.
As long as they can get out to do it.
So I'm asking the commission, is that going to be your requirement?
This might be a very busy time for the contractors, depending upon the opening of the pandemic requirements. So maybe 60 days or.
I just don't want to miss our opportunity to get some grass established at this time of year.
Yeah, because now's the time that it'll grow. Yeah.
And given that, this is a violation, I mean, there was a huge amount of fill that was dumped at that location, so we need to be able to address it in a timely fashion.
Yeah, I think you can try for the 30, and if she needs a little bit more time, we can go from there. But I think we should aim for the 30 first.
31st?
First. No,
30.
first.
30.
30 first.
30 days.
For the 30 days.
Well, I guess we're at, so if we're at mid-July, mid-April now, if we went mid-May, end of May, so if we went June 1st, then that's like a month and a half.
That would still be good.
Yeah, and would still be good.
Sounds
So
good.
if we said June 1st?
Yeah.
Okay,
And the landscapers are out in force. I know that.
yeah. Okay,
Okay. So you need a motion to that effect, or you're just good with that?
no, I think we'll go with that. We shouldn't
Okay,
need to
good.
get any further.
All right, thank you, Marie.
Thanks, Marie.
Thank you.
All right, the next one is a violation show cause discussion for 31 Nauset Road.
Okay, so this one, Lisa is in the audience. I'll allow her to speak if she's able to unmute herself. This was a new property owner at 31 Nauset Road. This is a site plan that shows another isolated wetland, which is mostly on a town parcel, but partially on this parcel also. This is an old site plan I had on file. So it shows the 50-foot to the house. And then you can see the wetland on the right side of the photo, and then the area of clearing up to the wetland. The property owner was unaware of the regulations with regard to the 35-foot no disturb zone. So they, as a new property owner, came in and did some clearing to improve the property. So I've had discussions with Lisa to educate her on the regulations, and so now I'm just bringing it to you to have a discussion with her and to decide on next steps.
Okay, and it was definitely the homeowner who did it, not a company?
It was me. I don't know what happened. I just lost you guys.
We can hear you. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you, Lisa.
Okay, well, the screen just went away, but
Oh, okay.
I did just buy the house, and you guys had the map up there, and I truly was unaware of any type of wetlands or zoning or licensing, any of that stuff. So when I came in here and I looked at it, they told me I had a half-acre lot. And like it was almost right up beside the house where all the briars were. That when I spoke to you and I told you I cleared wetlands, I did take down a few dead trees. Most of them had fallen, and I just cleared the stump down to the bottom. Probably 2 or 3 at the very most. But other than that, I did a lot of raking. I cleared, like I said, a lot of briars, but that was that was like 10 feet from my home, nowhere near the wetlands. And when you said wetlands and I got the violation notice, I thought all of that was wetlands until I started reading. So I've learned a lot, and I'm grateful for that. I'd like to continue to clean up the area. It's a cute little pond. It has ducks in there, and they're adorable, but when they swim, they get poked in the eyes. I don't know if you could see all the toys from the home behind me leaching in. There's tires and grocery carts and all kinds of stuff in there that I'd love to be able to remove. I don't know if it's possible. The only thing I do is I apologize if I broke any rules, but my intent is good. It's not malicious by any means.
Okay, Lisa, so one of the more important things that these areas between the pond or the wetland resource and the home, there's a thing called a buffer zone that we refer to as a buffer zone.
I read that, yes.
And so that's,
and I am fully aware of the 35 feet now.
so that's one of the most important things that what that's doing is that it acts as a filter to keep any kind of pollutants or contaminants out of the wetland areas. That's the importance of that. The importance of trees, even though they're dead, they oftentimes will provide very useful wildlife habitat, both in terms of homes and also for food. And eventually be able to, even the stuff that falls down on the ground is important as well, for nutrients and adding new nutrients back into the soil. So all of those are really important facts, and that's why we're super concerned about the 35-foot buffer. Is that something that we could work with? We can probably put can you do if you do 35 foot off the wetland area? How close does that bring it to her house then, Kelly? Do you know?
It's not close at all. It really isn't.
So this is the 50-foot line. So we're looking at about 35. It's going to be somewhere through here. So if we have some
I think it's almost 100 feet from the wetland to the side of my house.
It's 50 feet based on the surveyed plan.
Oh, is that the 35?
That's this line here is measuring 50 feet.
Yeah,
so
see,
this is the wetland. And
I can't see that.
Oh, you can't see it. Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't know where you guys. I mean, I don't know where you guys went. Maybe if I click this. Oh, there you go. Okay, I have you now.
Okay, all right. So this is the wetland line here. This is the 50-foot line. So this
right.
is
So this is 35 feet, or is that the wetland?
This is the wetland, and 35 feet is about here where my cursor is at the moment.
Oh. Okay, that's not what we measured, but I could be wrong. But or you know what? I'm not used to looking at plans either, so it could be completely different for me. I don't know what it would normally look like otherwise. So
yeah, so sometimes the water is not the edge of the wetland, because you can have like a body of water and then you have a bordering vegetated wetland where you have saturated soils that are considered to be a wetland along the side of that. So it could be closer to your house than you think just by visually looking at it.
Okay, so when they say I purchased a half-acre lot, does that mean that I also purchased conservation land with it?
It's land that's jurisdictional under the wetland protection regulations.
Oh, okay. See, this is what I didn't understand, and I'm learning a lot, and it's okay. I just, again, I don't want to hurt the environment in any way, shape, or form. I only want, you know, I just want to make it better. And as I said, you saw the toys, there's tires, there's grocery carts, like,
in fact,
I
I
can
think
leave the water alone if that's what you guys want. I'll put up a wall, like a stone wall on the 35-foot buffer place where I'm supposed to put it, and I can totally ignore that. I wanted to make it look pretty, that's all.
yeah, I think it would be worth keeping it as open as possible. So if you wanted to look at maybe placing like a split rail fence along that 35-foot, so you knew where that line was, and then you can maintain from that point more landscaped, and then just allow that 35-foot to being natural.
Yes, I can absolutely do that.
Yeah, and we certainly appreciate you removing the trash from the wetland. That is certainly a very important thing to do.
What do I do? What do I do about the other things? Like, again, I'm not going to go dredging through that water. I did hear from neighbors that it dries up in the summertime. And if that's the case, then I could go and pick out the tire and the grocery cart and all the toys that are in there. But other than that, I can't do that unless, like, I go into the neighbor's yard and actually fish out the toys. It's bad. It's not healthy. Like I said, we have ducks in there. They're adorable.
So I would suggest that you not go onto the neighbor's yard or neighbor's property to dig anything out unless you have permission from the neighbor.
Right.
Okay. If there's anything on your property, then and you can easily access it. The other thing, we don't want you, if there's a tire that's so melted down into the mud,
it's kind of
we don't want you ripping it all up, because you'd probably do more damage ripping it out of the mud than leaving it.
Okay.
Okay.
So just leave that stuff.
Would natural resources be any help there?
Yeah, and in fact, I was wondering whether it would be good to include in our cleanup day when we eventually get to hold it, because the parcel itself, where most of the wetland is actually a town-owned municipal parcel. I think it's like a drainage lot. And I think that our mosquito control friends have actually
they do spray, I've been told.
Yeah, they have actually come to me to express their concerns with the level of trash at that lot, and I have informed the DPW, because it's a municipal lot, that they need to do a cleanup there.
Great.
You guys have no idea how much garbage I've actually pulled out of there. Not out of the water itself, but just raking alone, and in like up to my house, I can still rake under all those leaves, and I'm finding garbage bags, plastic garbage bags, beer bottles. This must have been a dumping grounds for many, 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 many years. I found a police caution tape, like 2 feet down. It's crazy.
So yeah, I think all those are all good ideas. I would just leave. I didn't put the fence up. You can do a fence, or you could do. I mean, there's a couple of different ways you could mark it, but just have some sort of means to see that it's a permanent marking, that you know exactly where that 35 feet is.
Yes.
And then what I would suggest, it seems like it was mostly caprior, that area. It doesn't look like it was heavily impacted, so I would just let it regrow naturally.
Yeah, I don't think there was much briar over there at all. Most of the briar was on my property.
Yeah, so I think I would just leave it alone, and don't rake, or don't try and tend it. Just let it alone, let it grow naturally. Is this a potential vernal pool, Kelly?
I don't think it entirely dries up, but I guess it doesn't need to totally dry up for it to be a vernal pool, does it? So no, I mean, we could look at getting it certified if we ever have.
It would be a cute little pond.
Why don't you run over there and certify it from your? It's like, actually,
I think that Pat is our expert.
Well, Kelly, you can do one for me over in Barnstable, and I'll take care of certifying this one. How's that? Okay.
Yeah, we'll get Ellie's son out to help us identify the critters.
There you go. All right,
But
so
would
any
I be
other?
able to put up like a stone wall along the buffers, the edge of the buffer? And just kind of use that for a little marker, because again, like I said, it's cute. I like to see the ducks out there.
I'd prefer
if
not
we
like a
clean it up.
solid wall, something more symbolic, like a row of stones along to delineate the 35. But
Right, just not
yeah.
like a huge stone wall. I'm talking just like a couple of courses.
No, I would rather see you do something like Kelly was saying, like a single rail, split rail fence.
Okay.
Or, you know, like monument markers that you could do. You could probably do them like every 10 or 15 feet apart.
Just so it's open enough to allow for wildlife passage, even
Oh,
like,
I
you know,
understand that.
critters.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that. That's perfect. That would be fine.
Okay.
All right,
And
Lisa, thank you.
Oh, what do I do now? What's my next step?
So you can go ahead and start working toward, well, actually, do you want to, I'm gonna make Kelly do extra work. Do you want to go out and find the 35 for her, or are you gonna do you want to require her to?
No, we can probably figure it out in the field based on the plan and the conditions on the site.
Shall I have the lot surveyed?
Well, you wouldn't need a survey. You would need just a wetland specialist to come and put flags in to show you where the wetland line is. So you can do that, and then just get them to put in markers. Or you can measure off their flags 35 feet up, and that would be where you'd put your fence.
Oh, okay, I got you on that one. All right. Do I hire a wetland specialist to come in and do that, or?
Let me come out and meet with you. We might have to wait a little bit until this has died down, and then I can meet you on the property, and we might be able to just figure it out and put some stakes in.
Okay, perfect.
If
Sounds
you want,
great.
Kelly, I'll be glad to go along with that one too, or not. If you
I can help you out with that too if you'd like.
Might be a good commission field trip to do some delineation.
Just like that, walk out onto the sand flats.
All right.
Thank you for all your help
We'll
and
be in
information.
contact.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Next, where are we? Oh, so we're at the approval of meeting minutes for February 20th, March 5th, and April 2nd.
This is Tom.
Okay, Tom.
The minutes for April 2nd, there is only one correction. Second line from the bottom.
Yeah.
You got that, Ellie?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what did you correct, my dear?
Well, I'm not an MS. I'm a commissioner.
Well, what did you take out? What two letters?
MS.
Oh, MS.
Yes.
Oh, that's you. On the second line from the bottom?
I don't have the minutes in front of me, but I did notice that everybody else was a commissioner and I was a miss.
I went through, Sandy did the minutes for me and she called everyone Mr. and Ms. So I went through and changed it all to commissioner, but I must have missed that one. I'm sorry.
I missed
That's all right.
that one.
I want captain.
I missed that one too, and I apologize. Will you correct that, Kelly?
I got it.
In the second line from the bottom, it says, forego your personal opinion in situations where just cross out one of the ins.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, you got it? Yep. So I make a motion that we accept the meeting minutes of April 12th.
April 2nd.
April 2nd.
Yeah, okay. No other additions or corrections? Thank you, Ellie.
Nope.
All right.
I second.
Okay, do you want to call a roll on that, Ellie?
Oh, I can do that if you want.
Kelly?
Yeah. Sure. I haven't got a voting sheet for it. All right, I'll use this. Hoops.
Aye.
Durkin.
Aye.
Johnson, he wasn't here. Huggins.
Aye.
Mulhern.
Aye.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Bishop.
Aye.
Okay. And okay, so February 20th, we have a problem because Phil is needed for us to have a quorum on that one, and he has now resigned. So we're going to have to invoke the necessity rule and just vote for those to approve those minutes without him. So if we could have either Rick or Ellie included in that vote, then we will have a quorum for it.
I don't have those minutes.
Yeah, so what we might need to do if, oh, you haven't got the February 20th, we had those on the last agenda, so you should already have a copy
Yeah,
of those.
I don't know where those went.
Okay,
I don't have-
we can table those for now because we would probably need, I guess, Ellie or Rick to at least look at them before they vote on it. So maybe we'll table those for the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, and then we had March 5th. If we can make a vote on that.
Yeah. I had some difficulty with March 5th in the sense that there were 9 or 10 corrections. So what
Okay.
I suggest is adding in any additions or deletions that any of the commissioners may make, and that I give you a call.
Yeah, are they
We'll go through each of the pages individually. Would that be all right?
Are they substantive changes that change the meaning of anything, or
I
are they
don't know,
just?
They might drive the commissioners tonight crazy. I think we've all had enough.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not substantive changes that change the meaning of anything, then we can just approve them, and we don't need to. And I can
All
just
right,
go back
let's-
and change the
Let's
grammatical.
do the, do you want me to bother with the
Yeah, I mean,
typographical errors at all?
If you've marked it off, marked it up, you can drop it in the Dropbox, or I can just review it again. I didn't write those minutes, so I have to go back and review them again.
I'll put them in.
typographical.
Excuse me, Kelly.
Yeah, why don't you just throw them in the Dropbox and I'll make the corrections before I
Is
post
the
them.
Dropbox the letter to the left of the front door of Town Hall?
We have a new larger Dropbox round by the side if you can't fit it through the small one at the front. There's a big Dropbox round at the side door now.
Okay.
Either way.
Is there a letter slot at the side?
Open the
no.
door, right?
I don't think there's one on the side. There's a letter slot at the front and a big Dropbox on the side.
Right.
Okay, it sits outside because the door is locked.
Yeah. The Dropbox is outside.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we just need a motion and vote.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes of March 5th, 2020.
Is there a second? Rick
Second.
Bishop seconded.
Yeah.
All those, oh, sorry, call the fate and call the roll.
Hoops,
Aye.
Durkin,
Aye.
Huggins,
Aye.
Mulhern,
Aye.
Lawrence.
I can't vote. I wasn't there.
You weren't at that one, and neither was Rick, who seconded the motion.
I wasn't on
He
that
can
one.
second. He doesn't
I
have to
thought
be
I was there
present
for
to
that one. You
second.
sure?
You
I'll
might
second
feel
it.
like you were. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we are all set. Okay. So, staff
Staff
updates. So Phil has officially resigned.
When did he do that?
He did that a couple of days ago in writing to me. Effective tomorrow, but he called and couldn't make it to tonight's meeting. So I received his letter and I have attached it to the memo to Mark Forrest recommending the appointment of David. So I'm just going to click to allow David to speak if he unmutes himself. That he should, depending on when he gets appointed by the Board of Selectmen, be able to join us, hopefully at our May 7th meeting if he gets appointed by that point.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you. I ran into Tom the other day on one of my walks and we had a nice long talk, and I made it through this meeting. So I do this meeting, I can do any meeting, right?
Well, did you do the March 5th meeting? That was a long one from what
Yes,
I.
well, no, I think I might have left March 5th. Hey, Kelly, when I'm on, can you see me?
No, we can just see you on the list of attendees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, unless you're a panelist, you don't have video.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm looking forward to working with you, and just let me know when I'm official.
Excellent, and I'll start including you in the distribution list and in the packets when we put those together.
Great.
Great.
I'll have lots of questions, but I'll get through those. I'll email you some of them from tonight.
Excellent. Thank you.
They're 3. They're not too bad.
Oh, good. Okay, then the only other staff update I had was we had the outdoors violation, which we had allowed them an extension to April 2nd to receive the application for this meeting. And I didn't hear anything. And I heard back from the representative for the property owner that she hasn't been able to get any correspondence with the surveyor engineer who is supposed to be submitting that. So while I feel very frustrated by the fact that they're not doing as they're required, I guess these are difficult times and maybe we need to be a little more lenient to give them a bit of time to, in case they are, you know, facing issues with COVID-19. So I don't know how you feel about that, whether we need to ramp up the enforcement on this one or give them again until May 7th to submit something.
May 7th.
Okay.
May 7th.
May 7th.
I agree.
Okay. All right. That is all I have.
I have one thing. I think given his many, many years of service, we need to figure out how we're going to, recognize Phil when this COVID thing gets over.
Yeah, I did discuss with him us getting together once we are able to do so to celebrate his years of service.
Do you know how many
Gonna
years
give him a big
he
bowl of
has
matzo
put
ball
in?
soup.
I'm sorry.
Tom, he is just shy of 10 years.
Uh-huh.
What? Is that all?
By my calculations.
These guys can't make the milestones?
I know, they're not good at hanging in the milestones.
I swear he's been here longer.
Well, if you have, I mean, I'm going by the numbers that I have in my spreadsheet that I inherited. So,
Oh no, that.
if you think it's worth looking into.
Well, the town clerk should have the permanent record.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Sandy was always pretty good at keeping all those records. So.
Yeah, I have a big file I can go through of hard copied papers. I was going through the electronic spreadsheet, so I can go back and confirm that.
Maybe he just made it seem like it was more than 10 years. That's all.
I think he probably feels like it's been longer than 10 years.
That's right. It's that first 10 years that gets you every time. It's the second 10 is easy. Well, I think we should definitely look into doing that. I think, I mean, let's see. I know we typically don't have, our rule has always been what, 10 years for the chair?
Yes.
But I would say, you said it has been 10 years?
I think it's 10 years in December.
Long enough.
I don't know.
Close enough.
Yeah, I think we should try and cough up a chair for him.
Okay, I can look into that.
Maybe we'll just give him a stool. How's that?
Garbage can.
I think we should cough up a chair and.
Maybe an Adirondack for the porch.
I think we could do that, or I think we'd do a chair, and I'll make him a big bowl of a big pot of matzo ball soup. He's always been asking for that, so.
It's true.
Anything else?
Not from me.
Well, I like the sun designs on your wall behind you, Kelly, as the sun was setting.
Oh, really?
It made you look like you had a halo of sorts.
I do have a halo of sorts.
Putting up with all of us.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
We were St. Kelly.
Well, I make a motion that we adjourn the meeting of April 16th at 8:42.
45.
45.
45. Sorry, my clock's wrong.
Second from Paul.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You have to do the roll call.
I've got to do the roll call. Durkin.
Yay.
Everybody, yay.
Bishop.
Yay.
Huggins.
Yay.
Hoops.
Hey.
Lawrence.
Hey.
Mulhern.
Hey.
Thank you. Good effort.
Aye.
I think that's
Alright.
3 and 3. That was 3 and 3.
Yeah, yeah, very well
I don't
done.
think the motion passes at that point. but-
Oh.